Hello! Happy Friday! Hello, Wolfie. Hello, Nikki. And hello, Tori. How is everyone? Welcome in. Dirge is not in the voice chat yet, which is all good. Loading. Loading. No, not single player. Max players 2. Pulse game. We're gaming! Hi, Oni. How are you? Welcome in. TGIF. I know. And I have a long weekend. Let's go. And we've got a long weekend. And 5 brains. DrJMcB. DrJMcB. Guys, you know who is fucking on one today. She has been barking so much. Hi.
Oh my god. Hi, Allie. How was your birthday?
God. Hi.
Hi, Nikki. Hi, whoever else I missed. I was actually not paying attention when I hit start stream. Hi, Daisy. Hi, Nova. Hi, Wolfie and Pinx and hi, Oni. all my hellos.
Hi. Oh my god, hello.
I didn't say hi to you.
Hi.
Hi, Pink. How was your hair appointment?
Yes.
Yeah, how was your hair appointment?
It was good. It was good. Good as always. So last joint stream, those people seemed nice, but it felt a little culty. Like a fun cult, but not a dangerous cult one. The last joint stream? So last joint stream. Who? What? I'm confused.
I am starting a cult, actually.
You are?
Yeah. Yeah, no, your hair looks very nice.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, it's just the same thing we've been
my
doing,
little Rudy's
you know?
done.
I don't think we really got to change it up. Yeah, I want to do this. But oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean.
Okay. Oh yeah, I gotcha. Okay, yeah, I knew exactly. I was like, what happened last joint stream? I was like, me and Dirge, or like me and Key? Like, who are you talking about?
Yeah,
you don't mean the people I was streaming with. I gotcha. I thought it was very sweet.
Yeah, they all seemed like very sweet people. Like it
was very nice of them to be like, come hang out with these people that I just met and that I'm hanging out with.
Yeah. Dirge for real is cult court. Yeah, Danzig's always trying to tell me that I'm gonna end up in a cult one day, and I don't. Are you gonna end up
in a cult? No, I think you would accidentally develop a cult.
I feel like I would accidentally. Yeah, I would try. I'm trying to start one.
Yeah. That's how I feel like that would happen. I don't feel like you would start a cult intentionally. All right, so we have some stuff to do.
We always have so much stuff to do. Oh yeah, no, Woofy, I get that.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Like that's, and maybe because those conversations don't normally happen on my stream, just because that's just not the conversations that we normally naturally have. So that also probably could have been why you were feeling a little like, oh, who are these people?
Yeah, because I didn't even clock that, but like I also will like randomly debate strangers who come to like say rude things to me, like unban them as people are banning them because I'm a psycho.
Remember, are you back in yet? You are. Okay. Do you remember?
I am. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Okay, so we have to get back to the lab so we can trade this antiverse wheat for the crystal thingies again, because we have to make the laser to kill the Luax to get the gate open. So we actually have a goal today. So we have to make the laser, so we need to get more crystals, and I don't remember because it's been like a week. I don't remember how to get to the lab
We gotta go back to, I actually think I almost know exactly where they are.
Okay. So when you leave the base, do you go straight or do you go left?
Remember where the turret is that fires down at us and the guys are?
The turret? Shit, faster. The guys are.
The turret. The guys that originally like whooped our ass forever.
Uh-huh.
In the buildings. Remember, we had to like keep going back up there to kill them. That little buildings area where the military guys are. So I guess if you're coming out of the base, you'd make a left. Like if you're walking right out past where the barricades are, just make a left and then go straight down there. And it's like that it's like the area where we initially entered the that area. But down. There's like
I remember that it's like the crater.
I know. Yeah, I know almost exactly where it is. Okay, back in the office. Okay, I'm schmoving, alright?
Schmoving?
Schmoved the wrong way.
Schmoving and grooving.
Well, yeah, I got the super jump.
Target.
Oh yeah, I need to get some of my skills up. Why is everyone shooting at me? Like I'm not even fighting you guys. I think I'm just gonna literally head towards that workshop icon. I think that's the answer, honestly.
Probably. Sometimes things are the answer. No.
Enemy. Nothing with.
I know member. I'm almost there.
I wish I was the biggest threat.
Yeah, biggest threat in the game. No, you're definitely you're murdery.
I do some murders from time to time. Yeah, you're right. Oops. Oh.
You need to start your RimWorld arc because I'm very excited. I actually was saying last night, I'm like, man, I wish Pink was here because I would love to like I don't know, help. Like I love that game.
Were you playing RimWorld?
Yeah, I played some RimWorld last night.
Oh, bummer. I should have. I want to watch you play. Like, and I feel like maybe that's not even the best idea to watch you play because I'm like, I don't understand what I'm doing wrong where my people are just immediately passing away.
I would legit like, not necessarily like a co-stream, but if you wanted me to like hop in a Discord call while you were streaming it, like I would love to help because it's literally my favorite game of all time. Like I love talking about the fun little stuff. I want to
like it, but like I said, I started like three separate playthroughs, and I would like make them a little house with all their little sleeping things, and I would make them a little farming plot, and then they would just like fuck off and go do something and get themselves killed, and I'm like, why are we doing anything other than what we're supposed to be doing right now?
Did you ever find there's a work tab that lets you?
Yeah, and you can turn stuff on and off and prioritize. Yeah, but like,
well, so there's there's an additional toggle in there that lets you set numbers.
Yeah. It's the same. It's
so
the
you
same
can prioritize stuff. So that's like one of the first areas you go to.
But I mean, like, for example, like one of them was walking from like the little shack over to the garden area and got mauled by a bear. And I'm like,
yeah. So their default pathing behavior is really stupid. There's a toggle that will make them at least fight back when they're attacked. But with predator animals, it gets weird because like you essentially have to, if you see a predator animal, you want to take it out beforehand, which isn't something
like
that's.
I'll definitely play it again. I was enjoying it, but I was just like, everyone's passing away immediately.
It can be very frustrating too.
LA.
Because when you don't know a game like that, sometimes people get like caught up on like reloading and like redoing stuff and I don't know. It's hard. Like games like that get very frustrating because you feel like you've completely failed for not understanding a mechanic.
Well, no, I mean, I'm LA. I am not ashamed. You can ask my stream. Like, I am not ashamed to be like, all right, I figured out this mechanic. Now I'm gonna restart and like start. Like, I will restart saves, or make new worlds numerous times as I'm learning mechanics and as I'm going through. Like, I have no problem with that. But it's like I felt like I was not making any progress. LA. What did you make today? Hello, Azara. Welcome in.
Got plenty of room. Passion fruit? Ooh. Sounds like that would be tasty someday.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that sounds like that's amazing. Yeah, I remembered the shortcut, which is through the office thing and around, so I remember the shortcut. I actually went all the way around. Here. Knock somebody up, I guess. Yeah, I guess a lot has happened. Like Taylor Swift got engaged. Did you know Liam Neeson and Pamela Anderson are dating?
Yeah, that one's the only cute thing in the bunch.
That's adorable.
Yeah, Pete Davidson just like a weird sex addict.
Like literally though.
Yeah,
like
I don't know what to say
though.
about that at this point. Like,
Okay, this way. Okay, I remember it, and I go through C block. Okay, I remember now.
yeah, I got a little
I love that for
distracted
both of them.
by,
I got it now. I got it now. Wait, no, come back. All right, and then you go to this way. Right, this way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was so cute when I heard that, Woofy. I was like, "Aw."
I know, I support it, and I love it. Wait, is this the right way? This is the left.
Okay.
Right? All this shit is?
We need the crystals, right?
Yeah, so we need to be trading in the wheat, which I have 25 of. I just need to figure out where the fuck to go. Ellie, please. I want to see it. I do too. Apparently, my mom.
Yeah, her
my
naked
mom
gun
watched,
is really good.
My mom watches her while I work, and she was like, she did not nap at all today. I'm like, great, she's fucking wired for no reason. And she is. You can hear her.
Well, no, she has a reason. It's that she didn't nap.
Right, but like, how are you still up? It is 8 o'clock. How are you not asleep yet?
She's a little girl with a lot of energy.
I guess so.
Big dreams.
She'll fall asleep though. She's got to. Like, there's no way that she's been up for 12 hours and she's not gonna go to sleep. Ellie, not the cords. Come on. We've got so many chew toys.
Okay, no, that's backwards.
She's like, yes, but I want the cords that are hanging off your computer.
Oh yeah, and puppy teeth, real sharp.
Oh my god, they are little blades.
Mm-hmm.
Little razor blades.
I actually think puppy teeth are worse than cat teeth in that regard, because like they usually can't open their mouth. I guess your dog probably can't open its mouth that wide, but
Wide enough. She'll go to
Yeah.
like play with me, and she'll get like my lip, or she'll get like she pinched my like the fat on my arm when she was trying to like get my sleeve one day, and I'm just like, bro, you're killing me. With your little sharp little razor blades.
I thought I knew where to go.
I thought I knew where to go too, but apparently I fucking do not.
Oh wait, no, I think I ended up where I need to go. It's
Yeah,
where
we're
we
supposed
were
to end
fighting
up
those
in like
dogs
the science
before.
lab. Yeah, which I thought was over here, but I guess it's not.
No, it's like but there's like that ramp, and like it's kind of hard to tell where it is because we don't really go there anymore. But it's the ramp where we go down, and there was.
I fucking just yeah, I just ended up here. That's that's crazy. Okay, I'm here. I'm in the labs. I don't know how I found it, but I found it. I just took a random zip line that I was like, where does this go? Goes right where I need to. That's where it goes.
Interesting.
Was there any? I wasn't paying attention. Did this update this week or no?
Ellie! Jesus fucking Christ! Stop with the cords. Stop.
Nothing here.
Jesus. Something's gonna fall
I was
on me.
literally standing next to it and went right instead of left whenever I spawned. That's funny.
You gotta wear yourself out eventually. Like, you're physically unable to do this all day.
Well.
Head I do? I'm here. How do I do it? Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I don't
input.
know. I think I might go card.
Oh.
Or I might go sorbet.
Do you throw it? Like, what do you do?
That's not you.
I don't know how to do this. Like, there's literally no interact button other than the output. Like, how do I put this in here? You throw it? How do you throw?
Currently adulting. Yeah, I need to do a desk clean myself though, so I feel that.
Do I drop it? Oh, you drop it in there? That's dumb. Between power chords and the sorbet? I don't know, man. I think I would still pick the sorbet.
I think I'm going power chord.
And well, she'll stop going power chord as soon as she gets fucking zapped.
Team chord. For real.
So only at nighttime. It's not on any other time other than night. There's like mesh, like electrified, very, very lightly electrified mesh netting around the chicken coop, and that's just to scare off predators or whatever. And the very first night, she kept walking over to it, like sniffing it, and I was like, N-O, like, N-O, N-O, come over here, N-O. And sure enough, she didn't fucking listen to me, and she walked face first into it and got zapped, and then she's like freaking out, and she's crying and running in circles, and then she runs into it again and gets zapped. And I'm like, I know you're just a puppy, but like, I'm trying to tell you to not go over there, and I'm trying to get you so you don't go over there, and you're running away from me because you think it's so cute and so funny. Like I said, it's very, very light. Like, I accidentally bump it and touch it all the time. Like, it did not hurt her in any way. It scared her, obviously. But I was like, stop running away from me and let me help you. But no. What do I...
Wait.
Robot oil. Used for something else. That's weird. This guy. Got that back. Oh yeah, this one. How was everyone's week? Did you get anything productive done today, this week, this month, guys? Tell me everything.
I weed whacked outside today.
That's huge.
Yeah, didn't want to, but...
No, but you never want to, but it's still huge.
Dr. Derek Mance, Cascade. Report on the escape
Voxel
of...
What happens if I jump in the water?
It seems 012
In the aquarium,
I think we
huh?
can swim.
After letting it out of high
Yeah, you
containment.
can. Is there anything in here?
Exactly how it did this is unclear. But we found it, the creature, eating in
First
the
week of
brain
class,
room
how'd it
an hour
go?
later.
How you feeling?
What point it was trying
I didn't
to
report
make
stuff
it
like finding a job, but I started a
human
programming project and I've been learning a lot. That's fun. Programming can help you find a job, though. Yeah, the job hunt is scary.
Your time will come.
Yeah, that's why I don't do it. It's fear.
How does that work on your finances there, buddy?
Oh, bad. Real bad. Not moving forward in life.
Nikki, are you okay?
What happened, Nikki? You hit a telephone pole with your truck at work? Oh no, Nikki.
Ellie, lay down.
Oh, yeah, no big deal. Why'd you do that, Vicky? Didn't you think about the mirror's feelings?
Get in there. Stop. You are being so misbehaved tonight. Dude, you've got to fall asleep eventually, like... There's no way, right? Can't do this forever, right?
Oh, I think she can.
Oh. Can we select the right thing, please? No. A chain! A chain! Oh my god, there's like loot all over the place from the last time we played.
Yeah. We're real lazy.
I think I'm always full. If I'm being honest, I think my pockets are just always full. So to not run them over and move my mirrors, and now that whole side's a blind spot, that's kind of scary. Go away, sir. Sir, I said no. No means no. No means no. Yeah, there's the Rubit. The Rubits over there.
You fucking stay there, little guy.
Fucking stay fucked.
Ow.
Ooh. Driving back to the shop was not fun. Oh, I can imagine, because you can't see anything, yeah. Ellie, go lay down. You're actually on crack today. Like, I don't get what the problem is. A sniper cowl? That's kind of cool.
Yeah, from the skull. I think I found that at like the very end last night.
It's pretty cool.
You haven't made it yet. It's pretty good armor.
We need the power. You're asleep, obviously.
Me?
Yeah, that's what it says when you go to sleep. You're asleep, obviously.
Yeah.
Perfect timing. Look at that. Alright. Laser. Oh, is it not laser? Is it Z? No? What the fuck is it? X-ray? Yeah, okay. Oh, we need liquid crystal. Where do we get liquid crystal from?
You crystals?
No.
Make the solder?
No. Oh, I don't know. It doesn't say. Strange gem from somewhere else. Interesting. Okay, so I picked some up, or somebody picked some up.
The safety rating of this sector is now -4.
-4.
Please exit this sector via the main surface tunnel. Have a safe and successful day.
Here is confirmed.
Oh, it says you get it
Old
from
pen.
destroying the computers in the lab. Very interesting. Hi, Huey. How are you? Welcome in. Long time no see. Good to see ya. I'm good. How are you doing? I'm okay. What you been up to? Anything new and fun and exciting? Or anything new and not fun and not exciting?
Oh.
I haven't even used my new hand drill yet.
Your new what?
The hand drill, the one you can upgrade the screwdriver.
Oh, yeah. You have access to the new guns too, don't you?
I haven't put any in the, what you call it, if that's what you mean. I haven't put any in the...
No, I mean,
bench.
didn't, you can use, like, the SMGs and stuff now, can't you?
Yeah, because I have the...
I made you the grips for them, yeah.
Yeah. I don't think I have the accuracy, though, is what it is.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
I'm 1.5 levels away. Your birthday coming up. That's exciting.
Happy birth.
Happy birth.
Happy birth. Congrats.
Tuesday, Wednesday, my gums are sensitive. I work midnight to 8. My sisters had triplets. Other than that, nothing new. Ooh.
That's a lot of babies.
Wait, both of your sisters had triplets? That's crazy.
That's so many babies.
Double trips. Robot, fuck off. It's daytime. Why are you so obsessed with me?
Ordinary research without fear.
Revolution to 1840. Roman Republic studies in global literature. Ooh, food and globalization. That'll be a fun one.
Gonna be 29. I feel like I'm getting old. Oh my gosh, you're such a baby compared to half of us in this chat right now.
Yeah. Fucking silly babies.
Silly babies. Tricks are for kids. You're just patrolling. Reset the security system. Oh, I shall, don't you worry. This way. Goes through here. Wait. Yes. No? No.
They keep coloring on my wall. All 6 of them?
All
yeah,
six
how
of
are,
them?
yeah, like how are you trying trying to stop 6 kids? Like that's like you kind of just gotta fight them at that point.
They can't be that
Like they're
strong.
Huh.
Babysitting can be great birth control. Oh my god, I can't believe that just happened.
Did you jump in a hole?
No, I opened my inventory
pussy.
while I was standing on the bridge or whatever, and apparently it made me clip. Like, cause it's like one of the bridges that I built. I don't know. I don't know what just happened, but I was standing on a makeshift bridge and I opened my inventory and fell. Don't know. I don't know. It's the best. One side is 5, the other are 3, and they play dirty.
Oh no! Yeah, you're catching some like rocks in your shoes.
How did I find it last time and now I can't find it? So my pizza's here, but if I go downstairs, she's going to get up. Ellie, go on.
Well. What's up here?
Okay, are you the right way now? This looks familiar.
Anyone needs an item? Spider-Man's.
Did you say Spider-Man's?
Spider-Man's.
Spider-Man, Spider-Man.
Bam, bam.
Look, is he? Come here, you son of a bitch.
Get over here, you little fuck.
Okay, I got the liquid crystal. Okay, so apparently you get
What'd you
liquid
have to do?
crystals from breaking computers in the lab area.
Oh yeah, I did have some of those. Yeah. Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
see one of those.
yeah. Ma'am, do you think she's okay, guys? What do you mean locked? What do you mean locked? Hurt your leg, but not too bad. How? How have I hurt my leg? the way. This is the way. Better be in an art museum.
This Saturday.
He dead. Oh shit.
He did.
He dead. He dead. How'd that happen, sir? How'd you die? Oh god, that scared me.
I will free.
I want a shotgun. Motherfucker has a shotgun. Disrespect. Hi, Ray.
Beautiful hair, nice hammer. I love your hair, I like your hammer.
Ooh woo. Gotta go, but I'll be back when I can. Okay. I'll be here. Or I won't.
Your time.
Stop running.
Fascinating.
Stop running. Stop it. Stop it. Why you guys bully? What do you mean? Oh, okay. Apparently you're just a fucking idiot. That's fine, I guess.
I mean, that going into this. No bully. Yeah.
No bullying. I'm bullying myself. Myself.
Steak, salad, shrimp scampi, and baked potatoes. I want, thank you.
Wow. Apparently this guy is absolutely unkillable.
Whomst.
Oh, there's some random soldier dude who I shot about 27 times.
What happened on shot
He
number
was just
28?
like, nah, I'm good. Well, the 28th
don't worry
did the
about
trick,
me, gang.
so you're
I'm
right.
good. Is it raining?
Alright, I do want to go get my food, though. But mostly my drink. Whoever comes can have some.
Oh yeah.
That's nice of you. That's nice of you. Alright. I keep saying I want to go get my food and then I keep breaking more stuff. Am I safe in this random room? I think I was until I fell out of the window.
Oh, is it the second?
I just didn't know the window was broken, so I just like went to go back into the corner and I just went out the back window.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Okay. And Ray is probably working. I think Nikki's dinner is safe. I can show up there.
My sharp melee level 10 skill. Number 9 was no survivors. Will outright die when they might have gone DBNO. Oh. 12 is less power, energy.
Oh, go on.
This headphone just died?
No, go on.
So could Dirge isn't that far?
No, go lay down, please. Why are you being so
not
bad
be.
today? Stop. Go lay down. Okay, I'm back. I got Pia. Stop. Put a knot on our head? No. I don't hit my animals.
Hey, new enemies.
New enemies? Oh, you're in the core keeper area. If I can find my way back there, we can try to kill the worm. Come here. What are you doing? Come on. Lay down. Lay down. Ellie. Go lay down. No, don't. Come here. Come on. Where's your bear? Where's your bear? Did you throw it? I don't know what the bear was.
You're
Stop
absolutely
thrashing.
filthy. Shut
Oh.
up. I don't care. Drop. That's garbage. What's yeah. Alright, whatever, weirdo. You got somebody for me to beat up? That's all I care about.
You thrashed too close to the sun, Ellie. I don't know where your bear went. I don't see it. That's why you shouldn't be thrashing like that, and you wouldn't have lost your bear.
Listen, sometimes you just gotta thrash, though. I get that.
I don't know, Ellie. It's not here. You've lost the bear. No, you brought it out in the hall is what you did. You brought it out into the hall. There you go. She's so tiny. Just clap at her. She falls over. And to get a knot to balance on her tiny head? No, he means to give her a big bop on her noggin.
One of these days, straight to the moon kind of business.
Yeah, something like that. Straight to the moon, Alice. Okay, how many things did I get? One. I got one. So I can make one of those things. That's fine. One might be just enough.
Well, whatever these weird little
just
grubs are, hopefully they make good food.
Little grubs? Grub.
Yeah. They have so much of their fucking meat.
You're a grub scrub. Understand what your deal is today. LA, come here. I'm gonna have to put a gate up in this room, aren't I?
Hey, buddy. What's up, Mike? Congrats. Level 6 agriculture.
Are you growing?
No, I'm just picking stuff up.
Oh. Guess I didn't realize. Now the other thing is we have to get these fuckers to spawn too.
Oh wait, the dust guys?
The Luwak guys, the weird breathing guys with the tentacles.
Oh, those ones. Yeah, I've got a bunch of the magic dust from the other guys.
Yeah. The invisible Spider-Man.
They just keep fucking spawning on me. They're like, wow.
She could easily jump over him. I have gates, like we have baby gates all over the place, but I've never gated this off, but I might have to. I need another CPU. You need to kill a robot. A robot.
Yeah, there has to be another one there. I've killed so many.
Well, I just used a couple to build, because I had to build a thing to build this thing to build another thing, and I just used them.
Demonium.
I mean, I guess I could do it.
I mean, I will as
This
soon as I
is the
see
thing.
one. Okay, that's what I get. Yeah, they're like we actually are taking over part of this house. This is no longer yours,
Wait,
comrade.
I'm so
You mean our house?
confused. What were those those glowing things for? Oh, was
Glowing?
it power? Oh, it might have been power.
Oh, I'm about to die, and I just found one of those guys.
Yeah, I think we need the, what you call it? I think we need to have the handheld version of it. Alright, I'll try and go fight a robot. Try to fight a robot that chills in the window. I honestly, if she's out of Ellie, what are you doing? Come here. Come here. Come here. You were being so misbehaved today. You haven't been like this the whole time I've had you. I love them all. Well, what I was going to say before I was rudely interrupted by her absence, if she would chill out and stay in one place, I could put my second camera like under my desk and have like the camera on her. But days like today where she's all over the fucking place. Ellie. Come here. Come here. Come on. Stop wagging your little tail like this. Orange ones are special. I had an orange Maine Coon, and he was beautiful.
Yeah, I'm firmly Team Cat, as everybody should be well aware. I love dogs, just not as much.
Ellie, you're actually killing me right now. See this? This is me dying. This is me passing away dying.
I have a joint I need to start smoking. Or I rolled at the beginning of the stream and I got distracted.
Ellie, you're killing me. Yeah, that one is a little harsh because I got a little greedy and I didn't like clear the bowl all the way. I just packed on top of it.
Oh yeah, I'm guilty of doing that all the time. My ashtray even has prongs on it, and I am still like sometimes like that's good enough. That's good enough. Yeah, just don't worry about it.
Yeah. You look like a wolf. You like cats? I never would have guessed. Yeah.
Yeah, I think my one cat has some Maine Coon in him just because of how big he is. But yeah, they're massive.
They're big. Percival Gull. Hey, stop it. Ellie, if I have to literally end stream because of you, I'm gonna be so upset.
She's just being that much of a bad baby? What's she doing?
She first of all, she's just not like laying down and settling down like she has every other time I've been streaming. She's just like tugging on everything. She's like tugging on my pant legs. She's like trying to pull the wires off of my computer. Like she's just being a puppy right now, but like I need her to not. Like, I feel her right now, literally tugging the corner of her bed. That's between my feet.
You know, I love chaos, so like I am kind of like honor bound to be on the chaotic little dog side.
Yeah, of course.
Nothing else I can do about that.
No, I wouldn't expect otherwise, honestly. Just hurt me. What? It's so weird. Something just hurt me, but like, there's nothing here.
Okay, there's an almost dead robot.
Wait, that's not? Was that not what I just fucking picked up? I just got a CPU from killing that thing. Oh, literally a security bot CPU. I need a jailbroken CPU. Where do I get those?
They have to be the angrier ones.
Seriously.
Yeah. There's a security bot body down the hallway. I couldn't skin it because I didn't had full pockets. So I don't know if it's an angry one or not.
The fuck's the Chopinator? Oh my gosh, it's a trap. Doesn't have power though. Like, not because there's no power, but because it's not connected.
Yeah, that was my doing. You know, I'd just be crafting stuff.
Yeah. No, that's the security bot CPU. So where's the... Oh, is the angry one in the...
Aquarium.
Yeah, the one in the aquarium, yeah. Okay. You've got to be tired, my guy. Like, you've got to be sleepy. No puppy naps today, and she's still wired. Crazy. Your phone died every time, Nikki. Every time, never fails.
Corrupted.
Another bite of food for 50 cents? No, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that.
Warning. Anomalous power fluctuation detected in...
What does that mean?
office sector. Investigation recommended.
Have we ever seen that before?
I
Rolling
they're
blackouts have been
new.
reported.
It's called a power leech. I just killed one.
Yeah, no, I've killed a few of them before too, but the rolling blackouts thing I think is new.
Would spawn directly
Ellie!
on our.
Stop. Lay down. You are being so
They keep spawning
bad.
directly on our thing.
Yeah, there's usually one over by the kitchen too.
And they drop circuit boards.
Listen, I'm not gonna spend the whole night finding your fucking bear every 10 seconds because you keep throwing it and getting out of your bed and shit. I don't know where it is. I don't know where your bear went. I'm sorry.
You're gonna have to find it.
I don't know, Ellie.
You've been exposed to radiation. Yeah, I don't fucking care, obviously.
Dude, I don't.
Obviously, I think the radiation is cool.
Did you take it out here again? Expecting to fucking find it? If you throw it again, I'm crawling under the desk.
That's where all the tasty cords are.
You better stay in there. I'm not doing it again.
She's like, yeah, I fucking buy that. LOL. LOL, bozo.
You already threw it?
Resist, please.
No. No.
Are you getting beaten up by that robot?
Not really, no. I got stuck behind a corner when I had to scratch my face, though. That's what got me hurt.
Right. Okay.
Resist apprehension confirmed.
Ellie!
Entity secured.
Lay down. that the story I'm sticking with? What?
Exactly. That's how you know you did good.
I don't remember what I just said.
I don't either.
Not getting it again? Yeah, I'm not picking it up.
Are you putting it down?
Ellie? I really have to put a gate up. Are you serious?
Whew, so many cupboards. The fuck are you, bro?
Alright. Well, now there's a gate, and now we're both miserable. So, here you go, Ellie.
Mr. Robot, where are you?
Alright, I got a jailbroken CPU. Need to get Pink this. What, is it a baby Bjorn? Go lay down. You guys don't need to get me anything. She just needs to chill out and get trained. What happened? Did you lose the bear already? I keep hearing the carbuncle, but I don't know where it is. A puppy Bjorn? No, she just needs to learn. She'll do eventually. Can't go anywhere because there's a gate here. Where are you gonna go, Ellie? See? Would be too cute. Oh, he'll find something to fucking complain about. Worst part is he's like barely been around in the office the past few days. And I'm like, then why do you care? But I think he literally just wants to be the bad guy.
Yeah, there are people.
There are people, you're correct.
Yeah.
So dry lately. What is going on? Are you fighting?
No, I was for a minute there, but yeah, that's not me.
Oh, it's the big thing. The big thing. That's what that's what's doing the rolling blackouts. How do I... Can I shoot it? Shooting it doesn't seem to do anything. No, nothing seems to do anything. Okay, interesting. So yeah, I wonder what we're supposed to do with like the big sappy guy. The big electric zappy guy.
Antithermite. Do we have the antithermite? Is that something we can make?
I don't know if we can make anti-thermite. I don't know.
The pathway through up top.
I'm still working on that X-ray laser.
Yeah, no, I'm just, I'm whipping and flipping my yams. How do, this? I think I found it on the train.
Guys, her eyes look like they're kind of getting a little droopy.
Pink could use a shotgun too. She just, didn't. Mostly because I probably stole the rest of the bullets.
I don't even know if I've gotten a shotgun. Oh yeah,
There's
I
a
got the
shotgun
antique
in there.
shotgun. I got the antique shotgun, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I've been using. That thing fucks.
What the fuck is this?
Yeah, 2 shots everything, or 1 shot's most of the stuff.
That's crazy.
No, but I think Pink has access to an even better shotgun at the base.
Yeah, I have the antique
I think
shotgun.
there's a
That's the
combat
one that I
one.
got. Unless that's the
No,
one you took.
there's one that needs the higher accuracy, I think, and the gun part.
An anomaly. An anomaly, guys. Alright, I did it. I've done it. Where's the charger?
never been
I need to go to a
prouder of you.
charger. I need a charger.
I mean, you could build
Is
one.
it?
I think we have schematics for it, and we've never built it.
Yeah, but there's a charger kind of semi-close to here, I thought. Maybe there's a charger. Alright, so how do we make charge shield charging station craft. Charging station. Cause we all French. Wait, is this meaning? Wait, I'm gonna put it. Okay, I'm gonna put it literally right outside the base in like that little like garage area because there's a plug in here. Okay. Dirge.
Yeah.
Did you hear what I said?
You're gonna put it outside the base?
Yeah, it's like right next to the base in that garage area. Where
Okay.
like the little forklift, the little mini forklift is. Wait, is it charged? No, it's halfway charged? Oh, because of the rolling blackouts, because your mom's a fucking hoe.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very, dirty, it says.
There's a level 3 door I can't open because I only have a level 1.
Where? Oh, if it's not open, it's probably one of the ones that's like this can't open.
It's at the end of
Yeah, I see where I just looked over
the
at your stream, I
hallway
see
by
where
the
you are.
zombie portal.
Yeah, that's one of the ones that won't work now. I wonder if we have to fix the power in that area.
I don't know, bud. Hey, yellow paint going into a vent that I haven't been in.
Ellie, you were just doing so
What do you mean
good.
insufficient ammo?
Thank you so much for the follow. She's there.
Cherry
she was
stairs, purple dust.
So now I just have to find one of these things. Wait, is that all it is? It's literally just a light? It's weird. Okay.
I don't know if it'll...
I guess it is. How do we get these guys to spawn? What did I just come over here to do? Oh yeah, a leg thing. My legs are breaking. Leg. Konsu. Okay, much better. Your limb is supported in healing, but it'll take some time. If I take a second one, does it completely heal it?
What?
No, it does not. Okay. A broken bone. I did do the health. I don't know why that one... I have to fix that one, I think. I don't know why suddenly it's not working. Let me look at this. What am I looking for? What am I looking for? Where are channel points? Go.
Yeah, welcome in, shepherds. Shepherdess.
This might be a good place to hang out. Well, welcome in, shepherdess. Yeah, I have been semi-addicted to this game. I've been playing mostly with my good pal Dirge here, but I might start a solo just to veg out. Gosh. Ellie is still like losing her
Oh,
mind
thank you
over
for the
here.
follow. You caught me just as I lit my joint, so I'm looking over like a degen over here. No, Pig. I literally just had I just literally have a joint lazily hanging out of my mouth.
Oh, beautiful, amazing. Check out
Or
their
as we
page.
call it in
Yeah, Dirge is a
Rimworld,
good guy.
the smoke leaf. Yeah, I'm pretty alright.
Dirge is a good one.
I definitely
What kind
also.
of games are you into, shepherdess? What kind of games do you like?
I mean,
Go
no
ahead.
skill.
You have no skill? All chill, no skill?
Yeah, I think that exemplifies me too.
Variety, same. Same.
Yeah, big same.
Defined.
Romag shotgun. Yeah, biometric one. This one does 18.
Oh my gosh, the rolling
What the fuck is
blackouts.
that? Is that you over here?
No, it's the rolling blackouts probably. The big zappy zap. Oh my gosh, my eye is like itching right now.
So we need all this essence?
Yeah, we need 4.
Yes.
But I have the thing now. I have the thing to kill them. Yeah, yeah, they've all been saying Half-Life. Alright, so like, do they spawn at night? Do they like what's the deal, Luwak?
What's the deal with this Luwak?
What's
Yeah,
the
I've seen
deal,
one.
Luwak?
Maybe we just need to group together so it. Or no, those things only spawn on solos, don't they?
I've
Isn't that, like,
never
part of the
gotten
thing?
it when I was with you, yeah.
I'm pretty sure, like in the companion description, it's like prefers to target lonely people.
Oh yeah, let me look in the thing. Gate. Entities. Layak. Subject to be all times an electromagnetic field with proton energies, blah, blah, blah. Roughly, okay, I have the x-ray. The subject must be identified hourly, and that observation recorded in the subject's day book. Anyone viewing and perceiving is under any conditions should stare directly at the creature until it vanishes. A transcorporeal creature uncertain origins, Indonesia. Entity focuses attention on a single person until observed for a given length of time. Yep, okay. Commences its search again. Only weakness, high energy EM, such as, okay, x-rays. Yeah, I got that. But
I would say that we're both enjoying it a lot.
Where... But like, where do I get them to spawn? They always just like showed up. I definitely am. We are like 26 I think hours into this playthrough when I logged in. I am enjoying it. There's a few things just go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say words probably. Yeah, I don't remember what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, it's a story-based survival craft, which is rare. So I think that alone makes it enjoyable.
Yeah.
Love the 420 vibes too. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm a grower.
Hell
actually.
yeah.
Some and Pink works in
yeah, I work in the legal cannabis industry, so yeah, very funny. That's awesome. Well, welcome.
Yeah, that was that permanent marker I was telling you that I harvested today. It's pretty good.
I like it.
Who is this guy?
I have super boof right now.
I can get us through the vacuum chamber.
What is
and
it?
I think I'm gonna grab purple Waigu
need to find
later.
a way to get to the control center and reset
I've
the
seen that
security
stream popping up.
Yeah. It looks amazing. I just haven't grabbed it yet. Layak! Come get me, Layak!
Doctor.
Am I gonna have to, I'm literally gonna have to look up where these guys spawn. Layak. Oops, I could spell.
We have higher
Abiotic
spawn
Factor
rates too, don't we? Just like in general. You guys do the pod. I'm offended. What did I didn't invite you?
Is that a weed?
Is that one whole weed? You've been exposed to
so
radiation.
Reddit, which you know, Reddit is super dependable. Reddit says to just fucking AFK, and he'll just like spawn on you. But I don't know, like, where should I AFK? Not here. Ah! There's one right here! No fucking way! Here, motherfucker, get zapped. I got him! I got him!
Did you get it?
I did it! I got him!
Do we only need one?
No, we need 4. But I got 1!
Have fun. Enjoy your standing. Guess it's time to smokies.
Guess it is. Unlike Dirge, I turned my camera off because I have sponsors.
Yeah, fuck them. I don't want them.
Listen, I got sponsors. What I'm doing behind the camera, you can't see. You don't know. Nothing happens behind my camera. Alright, where should I stand? Should I just like stand at the base and just let them come get me at the base? That's what I'll do.
Yeah,
Are you injecting or snorting the weed on stream? No, I just said I would never do that. I don't do that. I just said I don't do that.
I would never.
I would never. Hey, by the way, use code Pinxel for 20% off. Injecting? That doesn't even sound like a good time.
Do it.
Like, that doesn't even sound like a good time.
I'd fucking do it if I could.
I don't know, man. I've like ripped some dabs before and been like seeing stars about to pass out.
Oh yeah, that's what I want.
You're one? Yes, but I have others. But I have others. Oh, a gummy as well. Yeah, that's a good call. Hell yeah, that's a good call. That's how the weed is done, right? No, it's the one with the spoon, actually.
That's just caramel, I thought.
Caramel, yeah, that's the one.
Caramel. That's the caramel coating. You put a nice caramel coating on that jazz cabbage.
All right, Layak. Where are you? Come get me.
It's currently locked in another station. Yeah, get fucked and stay there, I guess.
Come get me. The summary, my bot. Sometimes they're cute and sometimes they're very cringe. But that's why we leave it, because the cringe is great. Back to work. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you so much, Shepherdess. It was wonderful to meet you, and I hope we see you again.
Yeah, it was great meeting you.
Oh, this is oh, okay, hold on. This has radiation. Let's not keep this in my pocket.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of irradiated from my pockets.
Right, but I'm trying to not do that.
Yeah, well, I'm just...
Interesting.
Thank you, Shepherdess. Thank you so much.
Power and primary illumination in this sector will be ceasing shortly. Have a safe and
Get that you're mad at Pinxelbot for ignoring you? Pinxelbot does its best, okay?
Yeah.
And by does its best, I mean
It's not good enough, but it does its best.
Just gonna AFK. Let this guy spawn on me. They said like every hour or so, and it's been over.
No, it can't be that long.
No, every hour in game? It's not long at all. It's already been an hour.
Oh, the in-game hours. I thought you meant like the out-of-game hours.
Mm-mm. Yeah, because I feel like every time he's ever spawned on me, I've been like in the workbench, like doing stuff. Right, is that a rolling blackout or is that a zappy blackout? It's not the regular one, right? The beep. Layak. Where are you, Layak? In the truck, I wish.
Oh, with Mew.
Whoa. Your jumping's crazy. Okay, now it's nighttime. Some of the lights turned back on. Dirge, you're scaring the Layak away.
I'm sorry. I had to empty my pockets.
You're so scary.
I'm not trying to be.
It's okay. I forgive. Reddit, how long do I have to stand around for? I'm gonna look this up again. I'm looking it up again.
Got any robots around here for me to blow up? Wolfie is, look who's acting like a brat and trying to cause trouble. Who is?
all vacant
Who's Brat?
positions will be resetting in 3, 2, 1. Reset complete.
All Portal World resources have been reset.
Hell was that? Go to the
I
cafeteria
want
where
more
you can
shotgun
spawn.
ammo.
It says eat grayab. It attracts it and makes it spawn more frequently. What is that though?
Eat what?
Grayab?
Grabe. Who's Grabe?
Greyeb. It says eat grayab.
Grabe.
It attracts it and it makes it spawn more frequently.
Better get you some Grabe.
Sir! Sir!
Oh, what the fuck? What was that? What did I find? New attire. New attire. What is all this new attire?
Okay, so people say in the observation room and labs? I don't want to go all the way to the labs for this, but whatever.
Grabe.
Did you get Grabe?
Grabe.
Did you get Grabe? The zappy bitch is still here. Okay, so somebody said he just stood here and it spawned on him.
Don't worry about me. I've seen worse,
Same.
I think.
Okay.
Oh, no, it says cannot be harmed by conventional means and will re-manifest every 7.5 in-game hours, which is 15 minutes of real time. It's contracted to anyone who consumes grayab or grayab chowder.
Attention. This sector is under precautionary security measures. Please remain in place and wait.
Oh, it says it's obtained by planting a grayab seed. Where do we get this? Oh, those are the eyeballs. Oh, those are the eyeballs. We can grow those things.
Primary power network offline at night. All
What?
major
Yeah, the eyeballs that we've picked up. There's a few eyeballs we've picked up. You plant them, they're seeds, and then they grow these little fruits that attract these things.
We need water then. Because we don't.
The bathrooms should be spawning water more frequently now. That was one of the things I turned on.
But are they?
Yeah, I cleaned myself when we spawned in. One, like, a couple of, like, spawned on me in here and stuff, like...
Ordo sector are generally benign.
And this one's still doesn't work, right? Oh, fuck you, my guy. Wait, that's probably not. It's probably actually not realistically the best way to go. This is probably the best way to go. It's this way.
Mm-hmm. Back bandage. Oh.
Exchanging Layak essences. 3. I must have broke one of the machines. That must have been what happened. Because I definitely picked one up. I just hope it's still in the inventory. So 7.5 in-game hours is going to be
I
2.
have compost.
Right, because 7, no, it'd be 3, because it'd be 15, which would be 3 a.m. So it should have already happened. Because the last one was like at like 7:30 or something. Alright, one of these. Hopefully. Still has it. I know I picked one up at some point.
Grabe.
The Grayib seed. It's like the eyeball. Yeah, here it is. Grayib seed. Can I plant?
I've got fertilizer.
Where plant?
Corner by the bed.
No, but is any of them empty? Oh yeah, there is. Okay, cool. Plant. Plant!
Okay, we still need water, I think. Yeah.
Water. Okay. Bucket. Grab a bucket and a mop. My mom listened to that the other day because she was like, apparently she heard something about Cardi B. And she's like, do I know any Cardi B songs? And I was like, I don't know. You might know WAP because of all the memes. She's like, what's that? And she like listened to it and she's like, this is filthy. It's like, yeah. I don't know. I mean, you asked who she was. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I mean, she drugged and robbed guys. She's not like
a
good person.
Yeah. I never said she was a good person. She just asked what song it was. And I was like,
yeah.
You're not gonna
I mean,
know
like,
any Cardi
people are
B
out here acting
songs.
like Taylor Swift doesn't, you know.
Taylor Swift doesn't drug and rob people?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Yeah, she might. You're right. Equal opportunity, stabbing, murdering, drugging.
Yeah.
Wait, there's more.
But wait, there's more.
4. The container is full. The container is full. Oh, it's full at 400 milliliters. Hi, Chester the Bester. Better than all the rester.
Yeah. Yeah, the little Cardi B special.
Cardi B? Yeah. Didn't you hear? Because she used to be like a stripper or a hooker or something. And she would like drug people and rob them. She talked about it all the time. Yeah, she has like straight up openly talked about it. She'd be like, yeah, when I was younger.
Like what are the guys gonna say? Yeah, like I got trying to have sex with this prostitute and I got robbed.
Oh, that's how you knew I was talking about her? Fair. Grab a bucket and a mop. Because it's that wet-ass slushy. You know, like when your slushy melts. It's gross, right? Right? Nobody wants a melted slushy, then that's just flavored water.
Sometimes you...
Guys, it has finally happened.
Dog finally calm down.
She's asleep. What the hell? I want to know what the screaming is that you hear sometimes. Your kitties are sleeping too? I love when it's nice and chill and everyone's nice and chill. Does this one even work? No. Oh, it does, but it's not on. Okay. My side camera that's right there. I was trying to think if I could turn it on for you-know-who, but... On or behind the couch. Good. That's the best place. How long does it take for these things to grow? It says 1 out of 5 fertilized. Does that mean that it needs more?
Yes.
Okay, so is fertilizer something we can make? No. Okay. Need to make dinner? Yeah, probably. Right. Why? Oh, I don't need that one.
Oh, goodness.
I'm very confused. I'm very confused. Oh, there we go. Sure. So is it the blue bags that we need for fertilizer? I appreciate that you have closed captions. Hopefully it's fine because my closed captions have been known to be a disaster.
That's the only reason why I never used them, is because I had heard such bad horror stories.
Some people's are really good. Like Gigi's are okay. Like Yaga's are really good. Like I don't know how some people's are just really good closed captioning. This guy spawned 3 more times. What are you doing? Are you just kicking shit? What are you doing?
Where's you gotta kick shit?
Little box guy?
Said some tables are really good. So true, bestie.
See, that's what I mean.
Yeah, so true, bestie.
It is so true. Some tables are just really good. Okay. Tech bandage. What is that? Removes severe
Yeah,
bleeding
and
and
lock
bleeding.
that with the something.
The Kevlar
The cowl,
scrap.
maybe?
Kevlar scrap because I didn't, or bio cleanser because I haven't found either of those. Why does this guy not want to spawn? Oh, I forgot what you said. Is it the blue bags we need?
What? I was saying things?
Yeah, it's the blue bags we need for fertilizer, right? Or is that soil?
That's
Is
soil.
fertilizer poop? There's poop in here.
I forget what it was, but I can only craft 2. I think it was something, and I was like, oh, I don't even. Oh.
Yeah, there's one bag of poop in this end crate. All right, I need this guy to spawn.
Farming. Anomalous compost. Yeah, we need anomalies.
Oh, there's some I just picked up some anomalies. There should be a few.
Yeah, there were 2, and I used them to make the 2 compost.
Oh, all right. Give me some. What you call it? Then. Some test tubers. Some testy tubers. No way, I have to make test tubes. Okay. Testy tubies. Tubes for your testes. Oh my gosh, I just remembered that there is somebody who is watching just by reading subtitles and doesn't realize that I am a absolute fucking idiot.
Oh, well, that's not gonna. The subtitles, maybe you can blame it on.
Hopefully. Alright, I need to. Okay, I just need to stop moving because this
You're
guy's
carrying a lot of stuff. Yeah, no shit. I know that. That's the point.
I'm gonna stand on this truck again. Whee. No, come on. You did it before. There we go.
I'm trying to
We
cut
big
down on
chillin'.
the amount of shit. Wait, there's a piece of fertilizer. Oh, it won't let me add more fertilizer.
Why?
I don't know.
Interesting. Hey, Mr. Blacksmith Man. Can you get a layak to spawn, please? Where was I just a minute ago when it spawned? Like right over here, right? Well, I was in the
Yeah,
big room
probably.
ahead, but I was over there. Like I was just
Yeah,
overhead.
yeah,
here.
that sounds about right.
Are you okay? Varsha Patel. R.I.P. to Varsha, I guess.
Who died?
There's a dead lady, and I said search, and it said her name is Varsha Patel.
Sorry,
R.I.P.
baby
Varsha,
girl.
I guess.
Them's the
Yeah,
breaks.
sorry.
Sorry.
Unforge. It's funny that your camera gets like spotty when you go into like radiation.
Oh yeah.
I swear, if I spend the entire night just hunting these guys down, I'm gonna be so pissed.
It will be a notable stream. And we only have one of the things to see them, I think.
No. They're not invisible.
Oh, is that the other guys?
Yeah. That's the purple dust guys.
Oh, those guys.
Yeah, these are the squid guys that go. And they sneak up behind you. And then they put a tentacle up your dick hole.
Oh no! Why is everyone talking about that fish this week?
I wasn't talking about that, okay. Just waiting. What time is it? It's 3:30 p.m. Am I hearing Chesty? I hear breathing. Like, other than, like, the carbuncle, I hear breathing. But I think it's him.
Do you think it is?
I think it's the little Chester guy.
Chester Breatho?
Chester McBreathy, son.
Nothing in that cave, not even secret tunnel.
Not even a secret tunnel. Chester the molester? I hope not.
Yeah.
I forget the next couple lines, but there it goes.
Secret tunnel.
Secret tunnel.
That might be good for us. Straight in the air.
Secret tunnel. Yeah. What is that noise? Yeah, I've left this area a couple times because I had to like get all the parts and stuff for it. And I've only seen one of those guys spawn tonight. But Reddit says that if you AFK, it'll just like spawn behind you. But it only spawns every 7.5 hours in-game time, which is like 15 minutes IRL time. And I don't want to sit for 15 minutes. So I'm hoping it'll just like... But every time it's spawned on me, I've literally been like working at the workbench or something. So maybe I should.
I don't know, I've never seen one in my life.
Yes, you have. Yes, you have. You were the first one to see them.
Well, listen, but I just lied, so that means I'm right.
Oh, you're right. Are you lying now or did you lie then?
Wow, wouldn't you like to know?
I would.
Yeah, well, we'll talk it out later. I can't do
Sure,
that though
sure.
live. That's, yeah.
Sure. Makes sense. Sure. I still haven't figured out how to get in here.
Huh?
So I still haven't figured out how to get into this locked door here. they spawn anywhere? Like, should I just chill here, maybe? Because I should hear it. Like, it makes that weird breathing noises.
Don't know.
I probably should...
like-
Okay, so will the
Else?
crops not grow without fertilizer, or will they grow slow without fertilizer?
No, they just grow slowly, and you gotta check back up on them when they need water or they die.
Okay, so I'm gonna actually go back and I'm just gonna stay at camp.
Because I planted and did 1 round of water on some crops, and they just died. Because I didn't
Cool.
forgot to check on them till the end of the night.
Cool, cool, cool. That's very cool.
But that round I did not fertilize, so maybe.
Can't spin around and just stop walking. It very well could be.
Yeah, you never know. Video game.
Alright, so let's do that then. I'll just watch the plant. Watch the plant grow and see if it spawns on me. Is it me breathing? Is it my character's breathing?
It's me. I'm the breathing. It's
I'm the
me.
breathing, it's me.
Insufficient ammo. Shut the fuck up. Well, listen. It's not. It's fine.
I do have to CP. Because I'm feeling a bit peckish, apparently. Or whatever.
Pakash.
Peckish is hungry. Pakash. Picasso. Wakey wakey. Eggs and bakey.
Oh, it's dead.
Oh, it's dead.
I'm just trying to murder people so we can have ammo again, you know? That's what I'm not really doing. Hiding what I'm doing.
It's okay. I'm doing quest stuff.
You're doing quest stuff?
Mm-hmm.
How? You're just one machine.
Because I'm a gamer, so I'm doing quest stuff.
Gamer.
I'm on a quest for some Layak hearts. Souls. Just close your eyes, please. No, I will fall asleep if I do that.
Boop boop.
I'm hearing so many sounds that I've never heard before because I've never like listened.
You're becoming one with the game. That's very
am.
special.
I hear like water dripping or something.
Oh, I got my first
hear
key.
My character breathing.
Someone screaming very loudly right there. I got my first key, Pink.
Congratulations! What is it? The ornate key or whatever?
Yeah, and I know where there's a chest open.
Not much water this time. Wait, is this what? Did you put
Is
the
the one
water in
room
there?
playing the Lethal Company music on the TV?
Is this the same company?
like- No. But
then
it
I'm
sounds like
probably
the
not.
song.
Good evening. Today's power and primary illumination in this sector will be ceasing shortly. Have a safe and successful evening.
No, I need to watch my plants. It's crazy, guys. This is crazy.
Get fucked. Give me your skin and bones. Give me your skin and bones.
And bones.
Skin and bones. Okay. Let's go.
Oh, it's anomalous compost is what it is.
Not fertilizer, even though the action is fertilizer and it says the thing's fertilized. But compost is fertilizer. Shrimp is bugs.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
That's crazy, bro.
I really gotta get more people on the shrimp is bugs train, you know?
I mean, they are. They're sea bug.
Yeah. Yeah,
Ocean
sea
bug.
bugs are... Wait, bugs are shrimp? Well, yeah, that actually does make sense because the fish would be first, wouldn't they? Bugs is shrimp. Yeah, oh shit. Oh shit! Bugs is shrimp.
Shrimp.
Oh shit! Oh shit! New science
shit.
like today. Fuck. Bugs.
Oh, shit.
Bugs is shrimp.
Shrimp.
You heard it here first on the DrJMcB stream. That's right. For Blue Sky, listen, if I hear stuff on the
if
internet,
Husky says it.
I know it to be true.
Mm-hmm. If Busky says it, it's true.
Like a real article, yeah. Yeah, but like a real article.
No. Just a dude
But like,
on
you know,
Blue Sky.
either way is fine with me. Because like, I'll 100% do the switch now. Bugs is shrimp.
Entities detected.
What came first, the bugs or the shrimp? It's shrimp,
Immediately.
apparently.
Is
Yeah,
that
I have an
actually
answer.
like? That's probably actually true. Yeah, shrimp probably are first in the genetic code there.
Yeah, I would assume like it might not be our shrimp. I can't believe the
Yeah, no,
timing
it's not
there
our
on you
shrimp,
bringing it up. Yeah, well, yeah, because everyone on Blue Sky has been yelling about shrimp as bugs since they temp banned Bugs Matrix. And it's so funny to get some science.
What is this shit called again? Gray up seat. How long to?
What the fuck do you mean
how
under
long to gray
attack?
up
What's
seat?
under attack?
One of the benches.
Better not be my favorite one.
Which is what?
I don't know, whichever one, yeah. This is not under attack at all, unless they're... You got those weird little guys back there?
Oh, okay. So I see. So it's not 2 out of 5 fertilizer. It's phase 2 out of 5. So now I know how long it takes. Okay. Well, I don't know how long, but it's only at 2 out of 5. Oh look, and then phenomenally. Oh, a Zambi, why are you here? You're
Yeah, I was
dead now.
surprised to see the Zambi.
I just got a bunch of anomalies. Oh look, here's 2 more. Anomaly.
Are some of your guys missing their chest?
Some of my guys missing their chest? Like
Yeah,
graphically?
like yeah.
No.
Huh. Huh. Must be just a Dirge thing.
Under attack. Where? Where? Psst.
Oh, my gun
Where?
just disappeared. Yeah. Probably leave and rejoin.
Another anomaly. Oh wait, do I not have? Oh, I ran out of jars. Okay.
Oh, you need dollars? I have dollars.
No jars. Lab tubes, test tubes. Yeah.
Is that what the anomalies go in?
Yeah.
Oh my god, you're so smart.
Yeah.
I didn't know that this whole time.
Mhm. Test tubes.
Means all the ones I caught, I
want
must have
test
caught
tubes.
on accident.
Yeah, you must have had test tubes in your inventory from killing something.
That's funny. I'm very funny.
So funny. You're so smart and so clever, though. You know, figured that out.
It still works because I'm
You
so
didn't
smart
even
and so
know you
clever.
figured it out.
Okay, what do we get? 2 light repair kits. Don't care. Sigil of the Hearth. Like 2 pieces of ammo.
You are a danger to Earth. You're a danger to Earth. Oh no, don't throw a grenade. You, well, first of all, you suck at throwing grenades. So there's that. Okay.
Yeah, get fucked. Get fucked.
It's a zombie.
Childish Zambino.
Childish Zambino, my favorite. The
Air feels normal again.
Wow. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh.
Radio killed the radio show.
The right stuff. Oh, oh, oh. I don't know why that's in my head suddenly, but it is. Now you all have to listen to it.
Warning. The safety rating of this sector is now
Layak.
Please exit this sector via
Zamboni.
Have a safe and
A
successful day.
schlamboni. Fill bucket. Bucket. Fill bucket. Oh, oh.
There is no way that that grenade didn't just kill both of you. That's crazy. You guys blew each other up and now I get no rewards.
Wow, look at it. That's so crazy. That's
You fucking
crazy.
stay there. Inventory full. You move faster in combat and your foes drop more ammo. Yeah, sorry, high jump. I'll miss you.
Looks cool. I can't wait to see what it's gonna be when it's fully grown. Well, I've seen like the picture on like the wiki, but like I mean the plant.
That's not the same.
Yeah.
Not the same as seeing it in person.
With my eyes. Did it work? Did what work?
Yep, you're looking at it. That's right, Private. War's
Wait,
over.
do you mean to tell me that you haven't been sitting here with your eyes locked on my stream 24/7? Wow. Wow. Wow.
Wowzers.
I hear it.
This is just,
I hear it.
this is
I hear
just the train, right?
I swear I just heard the breathing. Oh, fuck. Okay, I guess not. I swear I just heard it go. Where that? I swear I heard the the weird grunty noise that it makes.
I went to the
See, there's the scream.
train realm. Just so you would be alone in this.
Thank you. Well, to answer your question, seriously, Horseman, no, because I had to go grab some things. So I have not been staying still. I had to get more water for my plant.
ADD.
I thought one of these articles said that you hear the woman scream first.
Did you?
I thought so. Maybe I'm wrong.
Get dead. Get dead. You're dead now. Get dead.
I swear I read one of those things somewhere.
What things?
I thought I read that you hear a woman scream before it spawns. But I could be wrong. I really thought that I read it in one of the things.
Woo! Okay, I literally think you give the same bonus as my sponge. And jumping really high is fun, so... There's that.
Yeah, it literally says that it spawns every 15 minutes IRL time, which is like 7 whatever minutes in game.
We've had like
or
1,000 of those so far.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think these are right. Like, I had one spawn in this center area right here, but that was the last one I've seen all fucking day. Like, are they bugged? Do they not spawn properly?
I mean... I have no idea. Quit being on fire. Stop it. Stop it. Thank you.
I think I need to be over in the labs. Even though, like I said, the only one I've seen all night was over here. No, I need to stay here because I need to watch my stupid plant.
Yeah. Grebe!
My grebe! Well, this plant I'm planting supposedly attracts them.
Yeah, you're Grebe.
Grebe, grebe. Grebe seed. It's a grebe seed.
Grebe.
So now we wait. So now we wait. No, we don't need to restart. We'll just need to kill things and get some supplies until we get enough spawns. Because they are spawning, like we've seen them.
Yeah.
Spawning quite as fast as we would like them to. Like, it always spawns on me when I'm like not paying attention, if I'm being honest. Like, I'm usually on the crafting bench or something.
Yeah, I saw one earlier today and swung at, and then was like, oh. Wait,
Yeah.
never mind. None of this matters.
And then it stuck its tentacle in your pee hole, I know.
Yeah. I've never been the same.
Never been the same?
No.
Crazy. Waiting is the worst. I know.
Well, I feel like we're gonna need some cups of that. I'm down where the one underground portal is. I don't know how else to describe it. Where a bunch of those greens and shit were. Where the place we were trying to find earlier today, I think. There's like a rice and like a water down here, like a different water type, like not tainted water, but it says ant juice.
Ant juice?
Something like that.
Oh, in
yeah.
the chrome in the core keeper place?
It might be in the core keeper place.
I'm gonna pull up. Hold on.
No,
Yeah, you're
it's
in the mines in the core.
Yeah. But it's not the part of the mines I was in before with like all the goopy guys. It's
I thought you could see those guys, or do you not have it on?
I just can still tell by the shimmer.
No, I know that, but I thought that they were supposed to expose them. Make them naked. Oh, what's that hole?
Oh, I don't have that thing on. What's just back here? Hell yeah, the fourth hole.
The fort hole? Waiting for this plant. Sorry, viewers. This is the most important thing I'll do tonight.
This is our life.
This is the stream. Waiting for my plant to grow, or for the weird tentacle monster to spawn on me. Whatever happens first. It's crazy that I saw like 5 before I made the proper thing.
Wow, that's actually... my ankles.
My ankles. My cankles.
My little cankies. Dirge, am I showing my titties now?
Titties?
No, I'm not showing
That's how
titties right now.
Dirge gets
I'm wearing a full t-shirt for once.
That's how Dirge gets all of his
With my
viewers.
whore shoulders covered and everything.
Oh my gosh. Do you have a red A on your shirt, you tramp?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The scarlet letter.
Scarlet Dirgel.
Scarlet Dirgel, yeah. Your wrist? Whoa.
Oh,
That is a Dirge-Mic emote. A McB-mote,
It
you
is.
might even say.
Epic gamer emotes in the house. Oh no, I was waiting for that tram the whole time and then I just accidentally jumped off the ledge. Okay, goodbye.
I don't mean to laugh, but I were like, I was waiting and then I just died. Oh, that was you. You scared me. You scared
You
me.
thought I was something useful.
No, not useful. I just was like, what is that noise? And then you ran in front of me.
Yeah, I found, You look so funny sitting in that chair.
I'm just waiting.
I found this rice seed that I don't think we had before.
Is it the purple one?
Yeah, the Xantharium.
I'm pretty sure we've got like 6 of them.
Okay. now we've got a 7th, so you're welcome.
Thank you. You're doing great. How much longer do you need, sir? You haven't run out of water once. You've never run out of water.
Ammo for you on the ground, by the way.
Oh. Oh, thanks. I have this laser that's not a laser, it's just a flashlight. It's just a very bright, glorified flashlight.
It's very strong.
It's very strong. It's true. Ba 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 ba. Flower.
I need another. I need another treasure chest open. Thank you. I found a 2nd key.
Oh, I have 2 keys as well.
Oh,
Hi,
no.
Dave.
So probably...
How are you? Welcome in. How's your day? This just absolutely invigorating gameplay right now. I'm waiting for this plant to grow, or for this weird tentacle monster to spawn on me. Whatever happens first.
Oh,
Whatever
if one
happens first.
who cares about the other one, right? Like, let that plant die.
Well, no, I don't want it to die, but... I don't know if it's gonna be an Audrey. I don't know. I haven't seen it grow yet. Dirge forgot about gravity. Oops, there goes gravity. Oops, there goes rabbit.
There goes rabbit.
Oops, there goes rabbit. He fell and then died and then... That's how that goes, right?
Yeah, well, you forgot the part, the spaghetti.
Please, sir. There's spaghetti on my spaghetti already. Mom's spaghetti. He's got spaghetti on his spaghetti already. I know, it's such a good System of a Down song. It's so good. Come on, please, flower. Please. Ah.
Please and tankies.
Please, I need this flower. Please.
Ooh, fun news.
Ooh, share, share, share. While we're watching plants grow? Yes, while we're literally watching plants grow.
My legates would annul me if I return, but I will find a way from this limbo. Frake's fortress
you're way
is
up
not
there.
impregnable. She knows the secrets of the sarcophagus, and
Yeah, I'm just kind of walking to walk to see if, you know, we missed anything. I don't think we did.
If you get one of those guys to spawn on you, you need to walk him all the way back here so I can kill him. Just like continue to like let it follow you, but never catch you.
Yeah, I don't know if I have those capabilities, but I'll try my hardest.
No, you have to. Apparently it only targets one player at a time, so it could be targeting you this entire time.
No.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Yeah. I hope that helped.
Thank you, Dirge.
Clear that up for you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Going down to North Carolina for 2 weeks to do some instructing and operational stuff for work, getting a bunch of perks to go. Let's go. Going to the NC. Perks. Everybody. Perks. Oh my god. Grow.
Everybody.
I need this plant. The weather's gonna be nice. Oh, I hope it's nice for you. I know it's not the same, but I don't live too far from North Carolina, and it's been nice here. No hurricane. Yeah, I hope so too for your sake. That'd be the worst. Like getting sent somewhere for work and it's like a natural fucking disaster. Do I have to not be looking at the plant?
You think it knows that you're looking at it?
I just didn't know if it needed to like respawn or whatever. You know? It needed to like
I can
reload
see
itself.
you seeing me.
How much water does it have? It still has so much water. Okay. It's been, oh, I'm sure. I'm absolutely sure, but that's what I'm saying. Like, just, ugh, just imagine. Like, you go to, you know, some place that you're absolutely miserable about for work. Like, you go to, like, some speech, convention, whatever type thing. And you get there and there's, like, monsoon warning or some shit. I don't know what it wants. It's taking so long. It's on phase 4 out of 5. It's almost done. I need to eat the fruit. I need to eat the fruit that it bears. And then I need to hunt the things that are gonna come hunt me, which hopefully will work. Lyrics for the whole crew. Seek fluid intake immediately. This is ridiculous. I'm hearing every sound now because I'm listening for the monster. Dirge just approaching by how loud the boxes get as he's opening them.
Fine. Don't mind the dirge behind the dirge.
Mm-hmm. I swear, what is the deal with this plant? I feel like this has been the longest phase.
What's the deal with this plant?
I feel like this has been the longest phase of this plant. Like, I feel like all 4 phases leading up to this one, or the other 3 phases leading up to this one, were not as long. If you put them together. Bro. And watching someone else's TV. I always find it funny, like, what I end up watching when I go to, like, hotels. Because I'll be like, ooh, this movie that I've seen 1,000 times and I love. I'll watch this instead of, like, experiencing a new movie. I don't know, it's just so funny.
Pirates of the Caribbean, the Black Pearl.
Curse of the Black Pearl, wow.
Wow, it's an innovation in its field.
When did this come out? Is it new?
I haven't heard of this one.
I've never heard of this. Is it new? You know I have a Pirates of the Caribbean tattoo, right?
Well, that I prefer that to your yeah.
To my what? To my what? Dirge?
I don't know. Is it? How many seconds away are we from me saying it, Pink?
I don't know. I don't know what he's referring to. My 30 Seconds to Mars tattoo is covered, though.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Ah, it's here.
By another 30 Seconds to Mars tattoo.
No, it's covered by some beautiful hibiscus flowers.
Okay. I thought you still had it for some reason.
No, I haven't had it for a long time. I have a 30 Seconds to Mars tattoo. I know you do, yeah.
Nikki, why'd you do that? Get that
Because
off
me
of there.
and Nikki and Nikki's husband at the time all went and got ours together.
Oh, well, then you definitely should get rid of it, because now it's just you and your ex-husband, and not even Pink. That's funny as fuck.
It's her ex-husband, and probably like 1,000 other fucking 30 Seconds to Mars fan, because they got the same tattoo as like one of the members of the band.
Oh. Yeah, and my face hurts so much from laughing at you too.
Mine's covered, okay? I've made better choices in my life.
I'm such a savage.
Nah. It's well deserved.
Behind your ear and little. It's just a
Yeah.
little. Yeah. Well, if you, I mean,
Yeah.
you probably never see it. I probably would feel the same one.
Because that's the same place that Shannon the drummer has it.
Oh my god.
It's your first night at the cult meetings. So the funny part is when I went to the 30 Seconds to Mars concert with Yaga last year, at the end he was like calling people up to like come up on stage and like dance for like the end of like the concert or whatever. And he's like, if you have a 30 Seconds to Mars tattoo, come up. And Yaga like shoves me forward, and I was like, I mean, it's still there. Technically, it's still there.
Yeah. Oh man.
So I went on stage. Oh, you didn't hear this story. So I peed my pants on stage with 30 Seconds to Mars.
Oh no, Pink.
Yeah,
How?
I was because I was drunk and I hadn't peed the whole concert because I didn't want to miss any of it. So I had like full drunk person bladder. And I was up there and I just like was like jumping and I was like going fucking crazy and I was like, I'm on fucking stage. I was going fucking crazy and I just jumped too hard that I just peed a little bit and it went all down my leg.
Yeah.
And then the worst part is that I finally like peed obviously afterwards, but like I still like had like peed my pants. And Yaga and I had to get into some fancy ass Uber with my pee pants.
Oh, that's so funny. Just my friend.
Just
the
my
homeless
friend.
person. Just a little piss soaked and drunk. How's you going?
I literally was like, how did this happen?
Yeah.
So yeah, so I peed my pants on
what a great
stage with
concert.
30 Seconds to Mars.
Huh.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, you
I
could
feel
probably.
like that needs to go into my raid video.
I don't know. Yeah. So many other people for the same reason.
That they drunk peed their
Yeah,
pants,
but
or
how
like
many
they
of those
decided
people
peed
would
their
admit
pants?
it? Is the question
It's
that I'm trying to figure
content.
out.
Who
Like I'm
cares?
trying to
For
decide
me,
like
no,
if
she
that's
straight up pissed herself.
you wouldn't be able to torture that out of me information, but probably not knowing me.
Come on, there's nothing wrong with bodily functions. And it's a story. It's content.
Yeah,
it's,
no.
You
Content.
know?
Yeah.
I feel judged. Wait. What was just there? There's just something flashed just there. Sir, will you please spawn on me? I beg. No, not you. I don't want you to spawn on me. Nor you. Where are you going, my guy? Okie doke.
Train is going.
Oh, that scared me. I forgot that was there. Oops.
Has the guy popped up?
Nope. I still have the thing, I think. Temptation of the Flesh. Yeah, I still got the little Buffy thing.
Crazy.
Yeah, you are right. People have passed out seeing some people. People have passed out for, like, not to be like mean or anything, but people have passed out for less famous people than the Beatles and Michael Jackson, you know?
Yeah, like 30
I've seen.
seconds to Mars.
I've never passed out, thank you. I'm sure people have, though.
I was gonna say, well, no, that was my point, is that I'm sure people have.
I'm sure people have. But what I meant to say is, like, I've seen people, like, lose their mind over, like, voice actors in, like, an obscure anime. You know, like... You know...
Yeah.
So far, this bitch has not spawned. I just look at my blood test results more than 10 days before my follow-up. Now I'm scared about one result and can't get answers that aren't Google. Don't Google. Don't do it.
I know with my doctor, they usually put in the chart or will call me if it's something serious.
Why am I getting sneaking points? Oh, because he's there? It's funny. I may have Googled already. Oh my gosh, terrible mistake. Your doctor won't look at your results until— that's crazy.
The safety rating of this sector is now -4.
That doesn't seem
This sector via the
right.
main surface tunnel. Have a safe and successful day.
Oh, here he is. Come here, son of a bitch. Come here. Wait. Where'd your stuff go? Robot? I swear to God, did the robot fuck it up? He was just here and he disappeared. Not like, he didn't like die. He like disappeared.
No, we're trapped forever.
But now this robot is here. Go away, robot. Go away, robot. Robot, no. Sneaking. I think I have to eat another one of these things now.
How many do you have?
I had 3. I have 1 more now. This is fucking up our shit over here.
What?
What?
Oh. Hey, there's this guy called Marion in really weird armor.
Yeah, by in front of the door. Yeah, there's a portal in there.
Yeah. If you want, we can get more gravity dampeners, I think. Yeah. Alright, piss off, dude.
Right, Layak, come on again. There he is. Okay, okay. Don't look at him, don't look at him. You need to get closer. Don't look at him, don't look at him. I see his little tentacles. No, I wasn't looking at him! Oh, come on. That's crazy. I was not looking at him.
Yeah, was she?
No, I was looking at the floor.
What if the floor was lava?
Well, I don't think it is. It's funny because I started getting sneaking points and then I turned around and saw him, so I was like, that's weird.
Well,
So
at least
that's, I
if
guess-
you crouch,
Mm-hmm.
maybe.
How long does this last? So 2 have spawned since I've eaten this fruit, and I couldn't get either of them.
Did you start growing a new fruit? Just in case?
It says it's regrowing. Like when you walk up to it.
No, it doesn't need water or anything yet.
It says regrowing, 5 out of 5. I mean, it could get some water. It's not empty, but I'll put some water in there.
Okay, well this place is horse shit.
Right, Layak, come on.
We don't have anybody
Over here.
who sells like ammo, do we?
Ammo?
Yeah, I remember
don't
we found
think
some way to make ammo
so.
yet, other than scrap. Is that it?
Yeah, I don't remember there being ammo salesperson, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, that's why I went to go check the security guard and it's fine. Everything is fine.
I wonder if he'll spawn behind me again. I can't believe I need 4 of these fuckers.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking crazy.
Sorry, chat. This is the mission of the night.
Yeah. It's just a mission of the
Why are you not? Yeah. All right, I got the one. Oh, that didn't trigger my stealth. I just heard the breathing.
It's just the mission of the night.
So how long was that since the last one?
Very long. Very, 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 very,
Very long.
very, very, very long.
No, I mean since the last one that spawned behind me that I didn't get. It was like, what, 5 minutes?
What's the cooldown on the thing?
I don't know, but I just ran out, so eating my last one.
Just see if it's got a thing in the menu, and then you can figure out how long it took.
A thing in the
Because that might be
menu?
one every 15 minutes with the buff. No, I don't think it's that bad. Maybe like one every 5 with the buff. We gotta remember we're very impatient.
True. Wolfie. Random, but thank you.
You did it. That was your congratulations.
The 13. Oh yeah, no, it was definitely bothering me. It's bothering me so bad. Maybe I should be AFK. Come here, closer,
Yeah,
closer,
13 is my
closer.
lucky number.
Die. Yeah, okay, let's go.
You got another one?
Yeah. That was 2 minutes since I looked at the clock.
Ooh, what's up here? A very, very full water cooler.
Is there a bathroom nearby?
Is there a bathroom nearby? Yeah, after we get this last dude, we can... Dwarfing even the mightiest dinosaurs. What creature holds the record? It's the largest animal to ever have lived on our planet. I don't know. Is it like a blue whale or some shit?
My mom.
Because I think that the largest dinosaur is Titanosaurus. But I don't think it's talking about that because it says dwarfing even the mightiest dinosaurs. Godzilla?
Wait, what?
Come on, dude. I need one more. Let's go. Come on.
Huh. Huh. Huh.
There's one. Hold on. Okay, don't look at him. Come here. Come closer to me. Oh, don't look at him. Don't look at him. Don't look at him. Get closer to me. Gotcha. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Gotcha. All right, that's 4. Let me get the one out of storage. That's 4.
Did you do it? Did you save the day? Are you the big hero?
Yeah.
Are you the
I
big
tried to
hero,
find the one I put
Greg?
away. I need a hero. I'm holding up for a hero till the end of the night. But I'm the hero, so I'm not holding out anymore. My RBF? Hey, come on. Come on. I can't help it. It just is. If I get him out here, and he's out here, like, as I'm shitting.
That's them shooting. I'm not shooting. I'm not allowed
No,
to
I
use
said
my ammo.
shot while I'm shitting. And he's gonna, like, the layak's gonna, like, spawn on me.
I'm shitting!
I'm shitting! Oh, wait, hold on. Is it regrowing yet? Yeah, look, it's regrowing. Yay! It's got water, right? Let's just top it off. It's got enough, though. Yeah, it's got enough. It's got enough. I don't need it anymore, though. Is that why? Is that why people don't watch me? My RBF? I can't help it. It's just my face.
People love RBF.
No, I know, Little Shop of Horrors. I knew exactly what the reference was. But when you said that, it made me want to check the plant. And it made me want to check on Audrey, the plant. That would have been cool, though, if it was, like, a man-eating plant. Whoa. What do I do for this dude? Like, that's crazy. Chill. Chill.
Chill, Zaddy.
Chill, chill, chill. Chill, chill, chill. Alright, Dirge, are you ready to progress? Do you want to come with me?
Yeah, I would like that. Oh god, there's one of those guys.
You remember how to get to
I'm
here?
getting beat up by one of those guys.
A layak?
Yeah, like as soon as I walked over here, one was just attacking me.
Oh my gosh, did it put its tentacle in your dick hole?
Where are you?
Where am I?
Yeah.
Oh, I already started to head back towards the thingy. I can come back for you, then we can go together. What? Who's speaking? Who is speaking right now?
What up, chicken? How you been?
I'm coming. I'm coming back. No, I'm coming back. I was already, like, on my way when I asked if he wanted to, like, progress the story with me, so I can come back. It's really not a big deal. Don't make me seem like I'm a doo-doo head, guys. Come on. Ah! I'm coming! Get ready to come on the tram!
Same old, same old. We're grinding this. Which tram? Did you mean the tram
one
tram
that's
or the
behind,
up and
yeah,
down?
the tram. The tram. I'm coming back right now.
Tram.
Tram. She's out. I am out. I did so much work. I had to fight all those scary dudes. And they went,
I can't believe one just attacked me as soon as I walked over here.
I know, it's kind of cray-cray. I'm getting radioactive because they have a lot of radioactivity on them, and I have 4 of them in my inventory. I guess radioactivity was a little too much. Radioactive.
I may soon need the facilities.
You gotta go shit.
Oh no, he'll be fine. That's his like once every like 2 games shit he has to take.
Okay. Ready? Follow me. I know the fast way. This way.
For what?
I'm gonna go this way.
Those things
This
radioactive.
thing's radioactive. I got System of a Down.
Install System of a Down, baby.
Definitely not Imagine Dragons. It's definitely
Imagine
System of a Down.
Dargons, yeah. You guys don't trade, do you?
No.
Sorry, I just had to double check.
Radioactive. Radioactive.
Animal Collective, yeah. It is a collection of animals.
Welcome to the new age. To the new age. Welcome to the new age. To the new age.
Okay, a lot of radiation. I beg to differ.
What do you mean?
Okay, but AWOL Nation literally is the same band as I'm concerned.
As who?
The Dargons.
Oh, Imagine Dargons. Well, it's a good thing that every band is actually System of a Down, so.
System of a Dargon.
Mm-hmm. Did you get lost? How did you get lost, Dirge?
I don't know. It's pretty impressive though, right? I stopped to kill that guy down here.
But can we? I spent so long doing this.
Here?
No,
It's
down,
over here.
down and straight across. Yeah. Remember that big gap that I was like, "Can you help me build?" And you were just like, "Tee-hee, I can just jump, tee-hee."
Yeah, I want to eat this. You have any food on you?
Yeah, here.
I must be coming down with some.
Did you eat the radioactive food?
I don't want to talk
And
about
now you're
it.
sick. And now you're sick.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Seven Nation Army. That's a really good System of a Down song. Oh. Dirt's just peeking.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. That's a normal.
Okay, you say so.
It's a bodily function.
Hell yeah. Wait, now what do? Wait, now what do? Now do I open one of these? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, progression! We did it!
Wait, what did we do?
We progressed to the next area!
Ooh.
I will free.
Sir! Stop! Stop it!
Do we have a thing?
What's the thing?
A respawn?
Oh, not yet. Motherfucker threw a grenade at me. whoa, whoa.
You need to.
Oh, him?
Not yeah. Oh no.
What was that?
Okay, hopefully I can make it to you and heal you before I die. I can't open this door from the side. Fuck you.
Look is what that is.
How are you not?
Ta-da!
Where are the dogs hiding?
How were you not behind me anymore?
Well, I started dying from the vomit, so I had to stop and go in the house, or the thing that, you know. Don't worry, I'll be a wind beneath your wings from here on out.
Yeah, I see that.
I'm a different man now. I've changed.
I really hope you die again and I get to see it on the thing.
It'll be fine.
That touch and go for a minute there. What do you mean? It was great. Everything went according to plan.
I think somebody got a little hyper because they were standing in one place for 3 hours.
It's probably exactly what fucking happened. I spent the last 3 hours spawn camping these fucking layaks, waiting for a fucking flower to grow. I'm fucking pumped. I'm ready. I'm ready to kill.
I see you. I'm literally like 4 feet behind you, and you're like, yeah, I gotta go.
You're not 4 feet behind me, though. This is what happened last time.
I literally, yeah, because you're running away.
You go faster than me, though. Woo.
Yeah, but like, you know. Why are you over here?
We have to wait for the elevator. I pushed it! Oh my god, now you've reset it. Oh my gosh, now you've reset everything. Why are you dropping body parts in the elevator?
That's from before!
I know, I just watched you drop another one!
No, it just popped up because I jumped on it.
Oh my gosh.
I'm ready to kill.
Okay, we gotta go. Go kill.
There's a sniper rifle right up top.
Yeah, there's one over here too.
Level 3 up top, I can't open.
Okay. Ah! A man, derogatory.
Oh yeah, there's another one up in the other opposite corner.
I wanna bleed out. Holy shit! Alright, I need to get something else. Unless you can kill everyone and save me.
I'm not that far from you now.
No, you're not.
I just gotta hope I don't get fucking blow banged by the turret. I should be able to get you. I think. I'm also bleeding though, so I gotta.
Power services for today will be stopping
One of you are actually what I wanted.
Okay, it's the purgatory.
outside of containment. Return them immediately. Mission defective evening.
Here it goes. There they are.
Holy shit, man.
I know.
I killed.
I died.
It's okay. We'll go again. We'll go again.
I think we need to not run. I
Yeah.
know that, yeah, I think we need to slowly walk through there.
Okay, it's fine. Wait, why'd you go there instead of back to check-in?
What do you mean?
Back to the, like, why didn't you go back to the lab?
I didn't know where. I don't know where the check-in is there. That's.
You don't have the lab check-in?
Isn't that longer than going?
No.
Oh, over here and down to the wildlife fence?
Not from here, no. The lab check-in is right at the, like, where the elevator is.
Oh. Yeah, mine's up to the mines right now.
Ah. Makes sense.
Alright, it's not that much faster.
Yeah, I'm already, like, almost here.
I could see you.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I literally, yeah, I'm right there. And I got turned around because I'm thick in the head.
Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Oh, power's about to go out.
Oh man, it'd be so great if the elevator didn't work at night. That would be so fun.
Why? No, that wouldn't be fun.
That would be so fun.
so not fun.
Okay, I need to smoke some weed because you're stressing me out.
What?
Thank you. I worked so hard standing still for 3 hours. No respect.
Seek fluid intake immediately.
Okay. Can we look to see on the map? Oh wait, our map suck in this game. Okay.
Yeah.
We've got one turret directly above us, and one on the opposite
directly
side.
and straight of us. Can we go up here? Oh, we can hop here. Oops.
Yeah.
Go sideways. Okay.
I'm crouching. I'm crouching.
Show am I. We're being sneaky.
I have my light on. Yeah, I'm gonna turn my
I have
light
mine
on.
on. Ah!
Oh, the turrets don't care. Going left and forward. Continuing left and forward. Oh yeah, this is a clearance 3. Left and forward. Can.
2, 1. Reset.
Yeah, that's, oh no, that's not you. That is a little squirrely boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the entrance is literally right here at the end. But I'm gonna die from bleeding.
Do you not have any thingy things? Oh, shit, where?
Left side and straight forward.
No, I was meant where are they shooting at me?
Say anything at all, so why won't you slide?
2 guys in front of me.
Yeah, use the chair and roll across or no balls.
This is crazy. They always have better weapons. I'm not sure if they have better weapons or if, like, I just haven't upgraded my shit yet. They probably do, but it's dark as fuck and I can't see right now.
Yeah, we're operating suboptimally.
Suboptimally, exactly. Yeah, we're not very good at this game. Is this the this is the survival part of the survival craft. And I'm not very good at it, if you can tell. If only there was something you could, like, equip to, like, block incoming damage.
Yeah, like
I know, it's a shame they don't have something like that though.
Yeah.
You should really think about it though. Dysfunctional or suboptimal, yeah.
So I mean, even if I get in here, there's nothing I can do because I can't get to that thing.
Oh, I was just literally waiting for my shit. It's fine. Okay, here we go again. An old school shooter. Oh, speaking of. Oh, I've got ammo. Okay. Power back on, so maybe we'll be able to see. We would call it a shield. No. No, that doesn't sound right. It's like a blocker or something. Get him a rinky dinky dink. Get him a rinky doo.
Alright, where are you?
Coming. I'll be there in 10 seconds. 15 seconds. I don't know. A couple seconds.
Alert. There has been a
complete containment failure. Amazing.
Defense sector by any means available.
Elevator.
Efficient and effective day.
What happened? What is that? I can't see you.
How are you? Alright, where are you? Where are you?
I'm already fucking bleeding. You're kidding me.
Well, here, just come open this thing. Cloth board. I got some cloth here. Yeah, I just picked up some cloth scrap.
Just open whatever this door is. Do you have any cloth in here?
Yeah, I got you. I literally have bandages for you. I just... Where are you?
I'm in this side room that I just opened. I don't know.
Cool.
Oh my god, I just did it. It's so crazy. I have not used my fancy bandage, no. Not yet. Hi, Chester. What's going on, buddy? DrJMcB. Pain.
What the fuck you're doing down here? Moving.
I was trying to move out of Chesty's way here.
Okay, here, let me make some bandages.
Okay.
Here. No. Thank you. Here, there's a bandage on the floor for you.
Yep.
Alright, come upstairs.
Oh, I can't run out there yet. I need my health to come back. I will get one tap if I run out there. Ooh, yep, see, can't do that. Definitely can't do that. No! Why is everyone in here now? saw a first. Oh yeah, here's a first aid kit. Is there like a health thing? No, there's not. I can take these though. I appreciate the screensavers so much. I love that they did the pipes screensaver from back in the day.
Yeah. Okay, so where are you?
Here.
Okay, come here. Did you wait? Hold on. Can I get you here? There you are. Stop moving.
Oh, yay! Thank you.
All right, we've got to go upstairs and to the left.
Upstairs.
Up here, literally up here. Up. You. Where did you go? What are you?
I don't see your name. Like I don't see your thing anywhere.
Where are you? Where are you? Are you by the? Go back to the room you almost died in.
I'm right here. I didn't move since I was destroying these things over here.
Okay. All right, follow me. Follow me behind you. Yeah,
Okay,
over
hold
here.
on.
Come
Stop for 1 second. Stop. I'm going to clean myself right now, really quick, so I can get rid of that thing.
You are slaughtering me.
I know. All right. Okay. Hi. Okay.
All right, come up here.
I'm running. I can't run as fast as you. Here.
Open this. Open this.
I'm opening.
I cannot open. It's so frustrating. I can't get opening over here.
Hostile.
Headshot. Can we shoot those things?
I don't know. I don't know. Oh man.
I don't think so.
Can you revive?
Do you need bandage? Bandage is all I have.
No.
Hi.
I have my last heal.
Another grape seed.
Do we have a fucking off switch for these guys?
I don't know. That's why I was trying to shoot them. I think you just gotta get under them, honestly. I don't have like enough fucking health, dude. Can I break that? No. Can I break that? No. Oh, there's one of those chests down there. One of those ornate chests. Okay, I didn't look. Okay, that's not good. Oh, come on! I hate the animation takes longer than... like... Oh yeah, I saw your daughter wants cinema roll stuff.
Cinnamon roll.
It's not cinnamon roll, it's cinema roll.
Cinnamon roll.
Cinnamon roll. Warehouse sale. Yeah, it is. It's Sanrio. It's the same stuff, yeah. Sanrio. Oh, I didn't realize my thing was still off. Oopsies.
You don't have shotgun shells, do you?
No.
Okay.
The Japanese and Korean stuff now, that's probably handy. Lots of Sanrio stuff, I'm sure. It is expensive. Yeah. It is indeed. The body parts that just go through the floor as you go.
That's where they're supposed to be. Didn't you know that?
You're right.
They're home.
Oh. I took an elevator I found, and I don't know where this goes. I guess I gotta come back to you. Thought I was just gonna go upstairs. How much time do you have?
I'm just looking to see.
Well, it says reset the security system, so like...
Yeah, no, I wasn't really trying to get you to rush. I was just seeing a fucking button or something.
No,
over
I'm
here.
saying I'm trying to figure out how. Like, there's gotta be terminal. Where? You're up further still? Oh, you went up there, didn't you?
Yeah, the place where
Oh, I got greedy. I tried to get this. I tried to get the ornate chest.
You fucking fool.
I know.
They say hubris cometh before
I got greedy. Big time greedy. I know. I got greedy.
Why'd you do that?
Because
Everybody
I saw it
it
there, and I was like, I can grab this as I'm going, and I could not grab it as I was going.
That's, yeah.
And that's exactly what happened. I felt confident, and I was incorrect. I will be the first to admit. I will be the first to admit. You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
Bye.
There's so many people out there that definitely don't get that reference. So tired of going the same circle over and over again. It's fine. We'll get it. I want to go in that elevator.
Yeah.
That rando elevator I found. The randelevator, I might even say.
Yeah, I do feel, yeah, I feel quite owned right now, and I don't appreciate that.
I agree. And I'm like, listen, I
don't feel like it's our
fought
fault.
tentacle monsters for 3 hours. I should be so strong.
Yeah, I'm definitely not pro whatever the fuck that was, because we don't really have anything else we're looping resource-wise. Like, it'd be one thing if, like, we had something to, like, really grind out that was, like, based around standing still, so it, like, kind of jived with teaching the player that, you're gonna have weird spawns. Like, I don't know. I don't know what lesson you're trying to impart to make that enemy make sense. You can, but we have very little ammo.
No,
or
I
unless
think
you
he
mean
means
security guns.
yeah. Pretty sure that's what he means.
I got the goal right now, kind of.
Well,
I'm sure
the
we'll
goal
fail.
is to reset the terminal, reset the security system, but...
Yeah, so I assume that
I don't-
resetting it would mean at least not hostile towards us. At least that was my assumption. Oh no.
Wait.
Hurry over.
No, wait, are you here? Because, like,
Yeah, I'm
how
trying
many
elevator.
levels of bleeding can you have?
I was up to 3.
Oh, okay. Okay, that makes more sense. Because I was like, I used two bandages. How was I still bleeding? But I guess there could be a 3rd level.
I made 10.
Oh, I had some, but I didn't know there was a 3rd level, so
You
I
didn't
didn't know I was
have 10,
still
did you?
bleeding. No, I had like 4.
Yeah, you're about 6 short.
You're right. Careful. Careful. Yeah, if you get right next to the computer, he can't get you. There you go. Oh, I'm still bleeding. I'm not gonna be able to use it.
Oh, what?
Yep.
Oh, fuck
It's
me.
okay.
That took all of my health, and I don't have a thing. So that's the terminal we have to hit?
I was trying. I don't know. I don't have a quest marker. Do you have a quest marker?
No.
Yeah, I don't know why. Like, it goes away sometimes. If I can get to the control center, I can reset the security system. Deactivate the turrets guarding the containment block. Yeah, but I don't have a quest marker. Like, sometimes it gives it to me and sometimes it doesn't, and I don't understand. Like, I had it earlier.
Seems up. Because I can see it right now, and it seems
You have
up.
a quest marker, I see it, yeah.
I can see it right now, but as soon as we get close, I can't. Which means it's probably directly above us. It's probably on, like, the 4th floor. That's probably why we don't have it.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because, like, even as I get closer to this, I'm just looking and I'm like, yeah, that's going to end up directly above our stupid fucking head. Yep.
just don't
Yeah,
get
that's
why
directly
I
above our
can't
stupid
fucking
fucking
see it.
heads, that's why.
So then why did we need the layax if it's not in here?
Listen, but we probably do. It's probably like a loop-to-loop. And it opens up like a back path onto the 4th floor.
Well, no, because
of the other
listen, the journal says if I can get to the control center, I can reset the security system, free Dr. Khan, and deactivate the turrets guarding the containment block. The containment block is where we're trying to go.
I mean, the sign says control center for on the lift access. I'm looking at it right now. So that has to be up there as well. Right?
I guess you're probably right. I'm in the elevator, so go ahead and push it.
What?
Mm-hmm. Hi. Sir, what floor?
Oh,
What floor,
you were
sir?
in here.
Yeah, so I said I'm in here.
Oh. Hi, that's
there's
crazy.
Those placards, like
you
every
already
room doesn't
taken
have a
there?
wild hazard, right? Well, I pushed it as you like were getting here, so I just didn't leave. I just didn't leave.
Okay.
Oh, I just lagged for a second. Okay, come in.
X-ray control center that way.
Extraordinary.
Okay.
Is that room?
This one says control lift. Okay, so I think it's like, come here. I think it's this. I think it's this elevator that I took. I think it's this.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Control lift. Yeah. Okay.
I love I mean elevators are great because like,
fishing.
they became a trope just to hide loading screens, but like it worked. And we've got those two. We gotta run as soon as we get out of here because there's 2 ahead. I think
2 more ahead here.
I thought there were 2. I thought it was
we
the
haven't
room
been
that
in
we
this
were in.
area yet. I turned around.
I thought it was underneath where we just were.
No, I just unlocked this thing.
Private note. I believe the gate has the wherewithal, both political and practical, to withstand the attempts of almost any organization on the planet to interfere in our operations. There is only one group I'm aware of with the power to intrude on our operations here. Unfortunately, we seem to have fallen under their gaze. Or perhaps...
Woo! Okay, there's a turret there, though.
As much as Gate attempts
I'm bleeding
to uncover
heavily
the truth and
from a wound.
technology behind the anomalies of this world,
I have,
Okay, now you're bleeding from a wound.
we are two antithetical principles set to
oh, this is the other
so
side of the
those
area.
two
This is the loop back.
that avoids the obvious truth.
But it said
That point is
control.
our facility.
Yeah, this part's new. This part's new, but the part after this goes back to old. Like that, if you go through there, that's back, I'm pretty sure.
Well, this is a loop too. Oh, this is this door from that we couldn't open from the
Yeah.
other side. See? Okay. Open. That's blocked. Where are you? Can't investigate you. This other dead body. I can't investigate you. Oh, okay.
What was that?
I think I have to go this way. But I just can't see.
Be aware that the legions are now without resources, and the victories come at a cost. A brethren were martyred against one of Gate's heavily Candelari. Wielded some matter of dark protection. Thankfully, these pagan knights have not penetrated there in large numbers and retreated to the keep. The way is barred. We must investigate every passage. Time will reveal a way unto us. Oh yeah, I love
Okay.
hearing that. Yeah, time will reveal a way. Yeah, that's kind of how we got here, actually.
Okay, well here's this other door now.
Okay, this is another loop back then. Over here, right?
Do you still have the marker?
Oh, yeah, I don't see it. Oh, there it is, yeah.
Yeah, oh, I have it now. Okay, hold on.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
Oh, GG's. Nice, 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 nice. Whoa, what's going on?
I can't do it because you have to do it because I don't have the thing.
Oh, arc raid. I was like, whoa.
Arc with the raid.
I can't
Welcome in,
read.
guys. How was your Abiotic? Yeah, you gotta do it. It's right at the end.
Got it. Yeah.
You did it.
Okay.
Welcome in, everybody.
So is everyone
You reset the
turned off now?
system and turned the guns on those
Nice.
apes.
Called it.
Bravo. We
Bravo.
may yet get out of here with our skins. Now,
You don't have
we
any
just
skin.
need to get that odious gunk off the vacuum chamber door.
You got the
This
tooch. You had the
isn't
tooch yesterday,
first
bro.
time
So
We've had this problem. That goo was a curse until Dr. Lassiter opened a new portal to the mycofields in Antiverse 2, and the TR teams discovered a substance that could remove that awful stuff. The test chamber portal may even still be open, but with the state of things, who's to say?
Who's
I
to
suppose we just have to go and find out.
Find the mycofields. Navigate to journal. Commonly using as a service alert. We can retrieve a substance from the mycofields in Antiverse 2, which removes the webbing and the vacuum chamber door. I don't know where the fuck that is.
progressing. You're still a little bit ahead of us. Hell yeah.
Well, I had to spend 3.5 hours today waiting for fucking Layax to spawn, trying to get Layax to spawn. So that was fun.
I had a great time.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, this is level 5.
Level 5? Yeah, we don't even have the level 4 blueprint yet. I feel like I saw one more, but I don't know where. Sink. Find the mycofields. The mycofields.
Microfield.
Give me what I need. Okay.
We need tar ichor.
What?
We need some new ichor.
What is
Where
it?
go in this lava, TBH.
Oh yeah, I found this. It's it's the top level. Yeah, okay. So Tarzan larvae?
Yeah, it says down there. Tarlark larvar. So Pink ran through the zombie gauntlet, and I had no idea it was a thing. But it seemed awful. Did you do that to yourself?
No, it launched me.
Yeah, that's its job. It's just a little guy.
I didn't know though, and I wasn't like straight, and I wasn't like lined up.
Wait, can you hack this?
Cuba doesn't seem to work right now.
What the fuck? What's the point of it then?
Okay. Wait, are those ones still turned off? Oh yeah, they are turned off because we just walked over here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, those are ours now.
Yeah.
Ornate crate here. Oh, actually, wait, never mind. I had the key.
No, that's the one I died putting my key into. Don't.
Yeah, you can have other
I
stuff
risked
in
my
there.
life.
I just want the shotgun ammo.
I risked my life. My life.
Blacksmith gloves, hose.
I don't have. Do we have a Tarask in our thingy thing yet? Entities.
It works once you find the ichor. Oh.
The co-worker. Mushroom carbuncle. Tarask. Exploring the facility is probably the best way to find more information about this topic. Black.
Bark.
Somebody in the facility may know about more about this topic. Dr. Theodore Lassiter. Ability to store and rapidly discharge very high quantities of energy. Wait, isn't that the Zappy boys?
Maybe? Question mark? Okay, wait. Anniverse gel. Here's the new thing. And anathermite. Okay, that's the new idea I got from the computer that you were trying to get on earlier, by the way.
Oh, okay.
And that's how you get through the goop in the one place.
The goop in the one place. Oh, the green goop?
There's like spider web in like one area where there's like a robot who we don't like. The extra strong boy. Dr. Derek Mance. I'm Derek Mance. I'm Dr. Derek
I know,
Mance.
I'm setting them all. I'm discovering them all so it'll fill in our journal. I think I just set like 6 up.
Foremost, 139 appears primarily to be a host rather than an individual. Pendleton theorizes 139 may be suffering an infection, which will require tests to ensure no cross-contamination can occur. And if true, we're unsure whether its behaviors are innate to the original being or a byproduct.
Boys.
It's
pick it up.
Quite a tangled web, really. We'll need more time.
You think they say anything about whatever that thing was? Why was it so goofy? It's not goofy, it's terrifying.
It's very scary.
It's terrifying. He goes, and I don't like it.
The pool of blood. Have we found a pool of blood?
I don't think so.
Dr. Derek Mans.
Oh, but here's a thingy thing. I know, I'm being so specific. Power cells. Ah, a man. Derogatory.
I actually needed a power cell for something. I grabbed one already, but I can't remember what it was.
Sir. I'm gonna bleed out. I'm gonna die, sir!
You need a bandage?
Not a bandage. I just need my health to come back. Like, kill that man. Kill that man! Kill that man! Yay!
Why would I do it? That's the turret.
Thank you, turrets! Thank you, turrets! Oh, there's a, oh, that's the zip line that's there. Okay, yeah. Okay. So, is the Tarask the big zappy guy in, like, the main, like, thing outside the cafeteria that I don't know how to kill?
Is it? Because I shot the fuck out of him and nothing happened.
I know. No.
No. Okay.
Okay, so here's the thing. It says that there's... Where is it? Entities. It says 1 out of 4. So we've discovered something about it. Oh, tub of blood. Is that what you're talking about? Tarask. It's the same thing. Data redacted. Okay. Well, apparently that's what we need to be finding to progress. I don't know what I'm fucking looking for.
Oh, I got a ton of ideas.
Do you?
Yeah, I'm doing one right now.
Yeah.
There's my little...
Oh, wait, so what about that other...
Your dinner's good, Ark.
What about that other thing that we can't do because we need, like, the night essence and, like, the seed or the stick or whatever?
Yeah, there's that. And then, well, there's also the ant thermite.
The antithermite?
And the fact that I just found
we can do
a new... Yeah.
We can do the antithermite. Like, you have that, right?
Yeah. I just gotta get back to the base to see what
you need for it?
is, you know? Yeah.
Okay.
I just got distracted by this
Ray.
purple
Today
robot.
Sucks. Sorry, it sucks. Thank you for saying my hair. I just got it done.
Sorry, your day sucks.
You don't have the ingredients until after you do the Tarask. So where else do we need to go that we haven't gone yet?
Counterpoint, though.
Hmm?
What if we, our pants are made of lava?
Then it would be very hot all the time.
Oh, here's a thing.
What's the thing?
The room that guy was in.
What?
Yeah, thanks everybody. I thought I was having a good hair day too.
Oh, thank you.
We
Thanks,
just
guys.
got our hair done.
Thanks, guys. How's Half-Life? It looks good. Or it looks good. It's good.
It looks.
Oh, I'm gonna die.
That. Kind of a bozo move, if you ask me.
I know. So what was in there?
Huh? Oh, I haven't gone anywhere yet.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I got distracted.
It is about you. Such hair, much wow.
Actually, why am I even doing this? I'm just gonna hurl myself off the edge. Goodbye.
Why?
Like, I'm just going back to our base.
Oh.
Wait for me. Okay. Ant thermite. We need antiverse gel from the antiverse. So that means we've got to go to the antiverse.
Yeah.
Where's the antiverse?
You were pretty close to where you needed to be. So he's over here. Wait.
Whoa.
That one doesn't open, okay.
Don't worry about me. I've seen worse. I think.
I remember, Dirge, it says it turns off the turrets. Where? In containment.
I remember, don't worry.
You got through.
So we have to go into containment.
Hmm.
Oh, a thingy. Bing. Bing.
Happy follow-anniversary.
That's so many months. This is.
Yeah, we're very sticky. We'll keep you stuck here. Good skedaddle.
Yeah,
Hope
you
your
get
day at
stuck
night gets
here. Gotta run. You guys are slick.
Where-
You're slick. You're cool. You're a cool guy.
Where in the fucking... There it is. Okay, never mind. I was about to get real schwicky with it.
Don't get schwicky with it.
Yeah.
Dr. Derek Mance report.
Don't get schwicky.
Dr. Derek Mance.
Dr. Derek Mance here.
But I've yet to fully fathom this creature. It insists it is a known and former member of our staff.
Call me Cucumber Ladies.
That man's funeral more than 2 years ago. So far, this entity has done nothing to threaten or jeopardize.
Where's Marion?
Facility. I even find it a bit charming, and perhaps it is harmless. But if I must choose, I'd rather be cruel than wrong. Its containment remains indefinite.
Oops. Somebody named Marion spoke for a second.
Huh. I
hi.
have very important news.
What is it?
We can hotwire the things, I think.
Oh.
Yeah. That's the card hotwire.
Okay, I just went in a circle. Where does this go? Whee! Ooh, okay. Thank you, Shepherdess. I appreciate it. Hope work's going well. What? Oh. Okay, that's kind of funny. Wait, where the hell is this?
Your science destroys.
Oh, okay. Okay. How does that help, though? Heading home now? Nice. Nice. Hopefully work wasn't too worky. Good shift? Nice. Nice. Not really sure where to be going now.
You've been
Like, it
exposed to
looks
a lot
like-
of radiation.
Can you jump off this thing? Probably not.
You jump off whatever you want if you believe.
Also true. See, like, if can I get off? Oh, that's there. Okay, I know where that is now. That was that guy. There's the tram. Okay, so now... Where's, like, progression? Where's, like, further?
In
Where's, like,
your butt.
more?
In
Where's
your butt.
more?
That's what she said.
You got through.
Oh. Who was talking? Where the fuck am I? And who said you got through?
Got through where?
I don't know. Somebody just said you got through.
You got through. You did it. Congrats.
But who said it?
You did. Yeah,
no,
that's what I heard.
I didn't say it.
I definitely heard you say it.
Well, because I repeated it.
Well, yeah, yeah, I heard you say it. Okay, I saw a thing earlier that baffled me.
Hmm?
And it was right as
Extraordinary.
Who is speaking?
There's a thing that said it took a controller.
Took a controller? Controllers are
Yeah,
easy to
for a
make.
set of shutters. I saw it, like I was randomly passing through, and it was
Set of
right as you got
shutters?
the thing. And I was like, oh, fuck, I'll make it. And that's what I was making before we left. Now I gotta figure out where the fuck that is.
Bees! I'm so far, no. How do I get back here? Okay. The elevator and through and up around, okay. Okay. First is to the elevator. I don't know how that robot didn't see me, but I'm not mad at it.
I'm fighting him. Oh no, wait, that wasn't you. That's a monster back there.
That's how he feels about me, guys. I'm a monster.
Monster.
A monster. I'm in love with a monster. Alright guys, put your bets if I can actually find my way back. The girl with zero sense of direction. Let's go.
This game is, yeah, it shouldn't be as hard to find your way back, but it sure as shit is.
Yeah, it is. It's very frustrating.
It's like there's signs. I'm following signs. I know all these places. I've been here for a while. You're a fool. You are but a fool.
You're a butt and a fool.
Wow, so true.
You got through.
So true, Bessie. So true. Yeah, tell me
Game
about
is terrible
it.
with no sense of direction. Yeah, it's rough.
Yeah, tell me about it. I lived my whole life this way. There's so many people who are like, "Do you know where this is?" And I'm like, "The fuck? I don't know where it is."
Is it by something else I know where it is? Because if so, I can get there.
For its own safety, as much as ours.
I don't know if I could help you get there.
And not just its size.
Apparently you can't. And she doesn't even stop talking.
Fluid is extraordinary. Just a few drops contains enough energy to power an entire portal network. We'd barely begun to understand the possibilities.
What is she talking about?
Pocket node.
What was she saying? Repeat? Repeat?
You made it past the turrets.
Got it. Okay,
You're
next.
First. I've been locked in here since we contained IS-121. For its own safety, as much as ours. Such an incredible specimen, and not just its size. The capacitance of its circulatory fluid is extraordinary.
So you're talking about the thing. You're talking about the thing. The trap that trapped the Tarask in containment. Okay. Getting them is another. Okay, so it's in containment. Okay. Containment right there. It's down here. Oh. Hello? Hello? Why did I just discover something about it? All I did was walk in here.
Oh. You're doing a heckin' big learn.
I'm so skilled.
I'm Dr. Derek Mans.
I'm so skilled. Oh, there's a thing. Hello? Ah! Did I just find it?
Oh, yeah. There's a world of difference between a job with coworkers you like and a job with coworkers you detest.
Dirge, it's fucking huge.
Alright, I get fucked and stay there.
How am I getting beezed back here? Get out of that. Get out of here with that shit. Need more ammo?
But 3 bullets isn't enough to get through this?
I've got 9. I've got 9 left. Oh my god!
Damn, I was entirely too close.
Oh lordy. Oh lordy. I just close that door. Like go over here. Oh, that doesn't help me at all. How did I not die for? I don't know how the bees even got me from like where I was. Oh lordy, he upstairs now. Oh lordy, he upstairs now. Oh no, but apparently I'm allergic to bees because I'm sneezing.
We have pretty aggressive armor at this point. The armor really makes a huge difference in the amount of damage you take.
Goodbye. Sir.
Sir, I said goodbye.
I said good day. Oh no. 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 I said good day, sir.
Oh,
Can I stab you in the head? Oh my god, is it coming up here? Ah! Yes, he is. Oh my god. I don't know where to go.
Yeah. It do be like that.
You gotta come over here and help me kill this guy.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you
What
mean?
guy? I've got my mission. I've got.
No. Oh no.
There's that thing I hallucinated that I gotta find.
Oh no. Oh no. I'm so afraid. Alright, this is what we're gonna do. I was gonna do a little run and stab, but unfortunately.
Where are you?
No. Oh my god!
Did you get got?
No, he broke it out a wall!
You can do that?
I guess so! Oh, it scared me.
You gotcha.
Oh my gosh. I need more ammo. Help. That's crazy.
357. And you should be able to use the 357, and we should have a fair amount of ammo for it.
What's the 357?
So we have one revolver. It's a 357, I think.
Oh.
And I mean, if every other video game I've ever known is I need to be believed, it should be pretty strong.
It's a scary revolver.
Yes.
We can try it. We can try it. That was scary when he just fucking Kool-Aid man through the wall.
You poopy pants?
He Kool-Aid man through the wall. Yeah, I got scared. How do you beat this fucker? Do you like x-rays? Can I hit you? Oh wait, do you have to hit the goopy part? Looks like maybe you have to hit the goopy part on the inside. Like, I don't know. I don't know. You like x-rays of your face? Oh, stretch. Holy stretch.
That's just water. Can I just go down there? Oh. Or I guess I can't jump off the tram there.
Yeah, I was trying to jump off the tram earlier and like you can't.
Yeah, there's like two places that would be beautiful to jump off at. They seem very fun.
And you can't. You can't jump off of either of them. Bing. Home sweet home. Alexa, stop.
Dr. Derek Mann, stop.
Yeah, pretty much.
And I have so many dollar bills in this game.
Wow.
Yeah, $36 dues.
Dollar dues.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. Did I just not see it? Am I crazy? Oh, yeah, there it is. Where's the ammo for it?
In one of the many boxes.
Magnum 30, so deal. But still,
yeah. Better than 0.
True, true.
Wow, what great armory lockers full of duct tape. Yeah, that's what I always think I would store in my armory. Fucking ducks.
Ducks. Oh my gosh, more grab.
More grab? Now we're in grab overload?
More grab, but we have so much grab now, guys.
Grabbed up from the hebbed up.
Just in case we
I've
need
also got a
more
fair amount
fucking
of
layax.
liquid crystal.
I just dropped some liquid crystal off.
Oh, did you trying to find this fucking spot. There was a spot I remember walking by and going, oh, that's weird. I can't believe we walked by a spot where you need a controller, and it's like for a set of shutters, so I know it's gonna try and make something a little bit easier in our life. And I've been carrying around this controller the whole time.
Some sort of shortcut. Yeah.
Yeah, it's some sort of shortcut. I walked by and was like, oh shit, like at least this is something I can have as like my background goal.
My silly little background goal.
On level 2 of the office. Hell yeah.
Ark, you're just so smart.
It sounds angry down here.
Power services for today will be stopping momentarily. If you have any
I'm so fast. I'm the fastest person who's ever been fast. This isn't the right way. We just went in a circle. Fastest in the world, like Barry Allen on his best
world.
day. The second floor.
What's going on?
Office sector. Over here. Oh, that was a good hit. No.
Direct.
Over.
I want this videotape. What?
I did make a battery and get it start charging at the camp. So if you are, at
I
the
did
camp
see
and need
that.
charging.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's also a charging station too. So if you need to pull the battery onto the charging station. It be a pink.
It be a Laz. What's up, Laz? How are you? Welcome in. How ya doing? Oh yeah, this is where I was. Going. Nothing.
Oh,
Sleep has
that's
been
the
off.
worst.
Yeah, literally.
I feel like mine's been similar, where it's like not getting enough, and then like when I fall asleep, like if I'm like, oh, like I'll take a nap and try to fix my schedule, or I'll stay up late and try and fix my schedule, or I'll go to bed early. It just keeps going back in a circle.
It's fascinating. I'm not sure where to begin, but the being disintegrates during extreme stress, leaving behind a material that can store and distribute electrical charge with extraordinary efficiency. The applications of high-density, rapid discharge power storage are obvious even to a curmudgeon like Thule, who for reasons entirely beyond me continues to enjoy the trust.
Oh, my ladder's right there. Okay, where is he? He's right there.
Even he should be able to understand. Here is a big bang from a small package.
I hate that it doesn't just reload and you actually have to hit the reload button.
Yep, that's a damn shame. Damn shame.
Ooh, okay, missed the ladder. Okay, yeah, I gotcha. Thank you, buddy. I see ya. Yep.
Yeah, but that's not your fault. Your body wants the sleep, you know.
Back over here. Where we went? Looping upstairs. Yep, there he is. Get a couple shots here. Oh, no, missed him. Okay, where are you going, you son of a bitch?
I got no complaints, Laz.
Oh, I could complain, but no one will listen. Close? It sounds very close, but I don't see it. Mm-hmm. I did it! I think. No? He's not dead. He got back up.
They're still learning how their arms work. You know, because they're nerds. They don't know no better.
What is this, like... was I supposed to do something when he went down like that?
That's what she said.
Okay, so here he is. Now what do I do? Okay, he got back up, so now what the fuck do I do? Oh my god. gosh, now I can't get back in here. No, please. Come on. There we go. I don't know what to, like, I've knocked him down. I don't know what to do.
You give him the old Chumbawamba.
Alert. There has been a containment failure. Please make your way to defense sector by any means available. Have an efficient and effective day.
I'm out. I'm out to the ammo.
Oh no, you did get Chumbawamba'd.
No, okay, so
Huh?
he goes down, but I don't know what to do once he goes down like this.
You got a harvested butt?
I don't
Pickaxe?
know, dude.
Sledgehammer?
I don't know, dude.
Wrench?
That's what I keep
Pipe
saying
wrench?
to you.
Maybe we should present him with assorted jellies and
He's got these weird
jams.
little wormy things in his chest. Okay, so he's down. Now what do I do? Do I come over here? Do I grab these? Do I hit his little nipples? What do I do?
I wish somebody would get my little nipples.
I can't move it. There we go. Okay, so he does something to electricity there. Do you want that? I don't know what to do.
Right around here then.
Like, clearly you have to do something when he goes down like that, but what do you do? He's not down for very long. I don't... Guys, I like legit don't know what to do.
Are you losing it?
Kinda. I thought it was like little worms, but I don't...
You think the worms are a distraction?
I don't know. I don't know.
Even know who I am anymore.
Okay, he's down again. Let's see if I can hit one of his little nipples here.
You got a little nipple action?
Nope.
No nipple action, huh? Sound like Dr. Missed the
Oh
Monarch.
wait, what about this one? Like the energy
Adventure
weapon.
Brothers?
Does that
That's
do anything
Adventure
for him?
Brothers I'm thinking of.
Or does he just like keep it?
Oh, there it is.
Oh, I got him!
Right when I fix the thing.
changed, but
Wow,
I
and I can see
fucking
you.
got him. Holy shit. I'm to break this down.
Her girlfriend became after she married the monarch. Okay, yeah.
There we go. Tarrasque,
Did you get to,
and
did
a
you nipple it?
Tarrasque skull. I didn't nipple it. I literally just kind of just kept doing tick damage to him. But then I switched to the, because it said something. I remembered that it said something about like he stores electricity. So I was like, what happens if I use electricity against him? And I don't know if that did it or not. But I did change to an electric weapon. So there's that.
Whoa, there is that.
So there's that.
I guess we'll never know.
Guess we will never know.
I guess we'll never know.
We'll never know. Can we go in this one yet? Oh yeah, I know I can go in this one. This one connects. That's right. Cham. You are a level 5, but there's a video game in there. A vidya. Oh, zombies. Zombies.
Quit yelling at me, you're just a cat. I'm just a man. There's only so much we can ask of each other.
What's this?
Yeah?
What is this?
I've never been entirely sure what Lenora sees in IS-111, or even why she brought it back from A-21 in the first place. She says being near it gives her a warm, calm sense of peace. I pointed out that as the strange little furry cone of flesh seems to hunt entirely by telepathy, it's likely she would simply fall in prey to its psychic lure.
Yeah, here's the blood. Is that what the oh, Ark's not here. Ask if that's what he was talking about. Cannot open the door from the side. What?
The Minder.
Fucking did. Get shit on.
Unknown facility access detected. Caution
Unknown
fire.
facility access detected? What does that fucking mean?
Wait, no, are you moving that thing? No, I want to go up there.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even know you were back yet. Let's go.
Kill this guy!
Let's go. What guy?
Monster.
No, there's not.
Ow. Ow, yeah, there is.
No, there's not.
Killing me. He's attacking me.
There's nobody here. I don't know what you're talking
There's
I can't
the
see
guy.
him. I can't see him. There we go. He can, because he can only hunt one person at a time.
He's a bad man.
I couldn't see him.
You didn't believe me, and you're a heart.
I couldn't see him. How am I supposed to know?
Who's attacking me? I was dying.
I couldn't see. He was invisible for me.
What? Yeah. It's hard out here.
It is hard out here.
Good.
Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What? Fine. Okay, now. Keypad? Yeah! Let's go!
Some of your equipment
boiling up
isn't calibrated for this new.
Oh yeah, this is. Yep, I'll be back once I go
We're
grab a
hot.
heat suit from the.
We're hot. We're
You're
so
bad.
hot. I'm not dead.
Okay.
Not yet.
There's the fireproof suit.
The bug? Fine, whatever. Scream bug. Bug. Oh, they run away. They're so scared. Anomalous fertilizer. Lava? Lava? I'm throwing up. Okay. Terry!
Oh,
Bear cola.
Hi, Arhan. Hi, Arhan. How are you?
Stop!
Go. Okay, I still somehow have health.
Why would you do that?
What, have health?
Yeah.
So I can continue to play. Lurking, but gonna go sleep. Okay, hope you have a good sleepies.
Night night.
Night night. You're nearing dehydration. Drink water soon. Well, see, the thing about that is I fucking cannot. Okay.
I'm bringing 8 sodas
I
with
did
me.
eat. I just ate, you idiots.
I'm bringing sody pop.
So dear pop.
Yeah. Soda pop.
I might not make it that far. I'm dying of hunger, even though I just ate 2 steaks.
Are you irradiated? You throwing up in your little... Oh, it's because of the suit. Suit make you hungry and thirstier faster.
Why? Yeah, but I
It's
just
sweaty.
ate, like, I just ate 2 steaks, like now,
Sweaty.
just now.
They said no. They say you hungry.
Yeah, I guess so. You're hungry.
Fast metabolism.
Blablabolism. I think I found where I need to be.
Oh boy.
Right before I die.
You're gonna make it to safety right before you perish?
I don't think so. But I think this is where I'm supposed to go. This is a building. In the middle of not building stuff. Okay, no. This is not it? That's deceiving. Why would this not be it? What am I looking for in here? Open the vacuum chamber door.
That's outside of here.
Then why
That's
did we
the
have to
thing, we
find
need
the
the
mic in the
anther mic.
colony?
Because we probably need something from in here for the anther thing.
Oh.
Yeah, like I just saw an enemy that I haven't seen before. A little lizard guy.
This heat, I'm distinctly deliquescent.
Maybe that's
Any
it.
hotter, and I'll expire.
Carapace. Oh, it's a whole new set of
Is there a
crafting.
reason why you're not grabbing this? Okay, sure. I guess I'll just leave. What?
Oh, this heat is unbearable.
No. So I picked up antivirus gel, which is probably what we need, right?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
What do we have to
Yeah.
make? Anti what?
Anti. Yeah. Yeah. That's anti stuff.
Anti-thermite. Oh, we need.
Yeah,
We need 4 more of those antivirus gels.
What do they come out of?
They're like in these like plant things. They look like they have like glowing orange veins on them.
Like Snickers?
No.
No, they're not like veiny.
Oh, I can feel my proteins denaturing. Any
Why
hotter,
can't like
and I'll expire.
Go. There was one. It's Dirge.
Huh?
So I think that's Dirge.
What? Me?
That I was just looking at from a distance. I was trying
Maybe
to see, I was like, what is
kinda...
that? And I was like, I think that's Dirge. Wasn't talking
Yeah, I see you.
about you. Oh. I got hit in the face with whatever that enemy was that you didn't kill.
Yeah, you sure did.
Yeah, sure did. Sure enough. That, yeah, that right there. Yeah.
Thermite, Molotov, orange paint. Are you wearing the hazards?
I don't fucking know what I have on, dude. Why are you asking questions?
I mean, the hazard suit doesn't protect you all the way from heat.
I don't really. Oh, okay. I'm dying to the abyss. I'm not really too concerned about it, if I'm being honest. You know that
okay.
I'm not like dying is not like the end of the world for me.
And I'll expire.
Yeah, true.
Molten hot magma.
Volume
I really thought it connected,
6.
so it was kind of my own fault there. I thought it connected. I was mistaken. I need to go this way though, because this is where it did not connect. Where I thought it did. Get over there. This one.
Hey, what the fuck are you guy?
Hey.
You don't look like the normal version of that. You gave me lung damage. What? Don't like that. Carbuncle mushroom. Oh, okay. Yeah, for sure. Can I bathe in soda pop?
Knock it off, sir. Knock it off. Dying from hunger. Yep. As per usual. Okay, or just
It's
jump.
just me in a survival game.
Oh, okay, or don't jump. My goodness.
Oh, this island goes up real high.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out how to get up, and then like, you just decided to not jump on the bouncy thing and fall in lava and stuff. I'm just puking all over the fucking place. I can't get up there. Okay.
fuck are you?
You're also very,
Okay.
very hungry. Exactly.
Oh,
Priorities,
that's
man.
antiverse juice over here. I know where to get that.
Oh, hi, Dirge.
Okay.
Oh, hi.
How's your
I
throwing up
died.
going?
I just died. It's all good. Right, how many thingies do you
I'll
have?
expire.
3.
Cool, I have 7. That's enough. That's how many we need.
Just 3 and 7.
We need 10.
Oh, too hot.
No. You're bad.
Where is... So where's the vacuum chamber door? You have a quest marker for it?
Yeah, it's just one of the. Yeah, you know where it is.
Do I?
In your heart. Yeah, it's it's the area that goes up off of the tram elevator.
I have a thing on it now anyway.
Yeah, you know.
Oh, so
do we need
the anti-thermite to get rid of the goop?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that's where we go.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah.
No.
Is you up for any
don't.
conditions? No.
No.
I mean, we're set on pretty much everything but ammo. Like food and stuff like that. Like, we're set up for everything. We have the proper gear to go in that area. Yeah, Pink, you definitely weren't actual fire-resistant gear.
No. I did not have any resistant anything on. I wasn't going to waste the time going back, you know.
You're crazy. You're crazy.
Why?
It's dangerous.
Dangerous? Like the French?
Like the French. Oh
my gosh.
Electricity. Can I make a bigger electricity thing yet? Because I know I made it.
Oh, this is the mall. I mean, the furniture store. Whatever. Whatever.
Oh yeah. Let's fucking go. Ultimate power dongle time. Everything's connected.
Authorized personnel only. Yeah, but what if I just didn't? Doesn't seem to work right now. It should still hack, you just can't access it. Come on. Hi. Goodbye. None of you guys are open yet. What the hell? What the hell? Just letting him touch you.
I was just, you know, I thought if you looked at him, he went away.
Yeah, for like 10 seconds, 30 seconds. He's supposed to. He's supposed to. All right, just keep him on you. I'm coming. I'm coming. It's like some electric weapon. Like an electric, like, club.
It's a tech scepter. Do 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 do.
Space mace. A smace.
Space mace in your face.
I can't believe I killed that thing.
You did so good, I'll never know what that thing ever was.
It was very scary.
Yeah. I have to assume you're correct.
It was very scary. He was very large. And he did big scrums.
Big scream.
And then big smash. And then he did big scream smash. The tall one, yeah. The scary one. And him do big scrum.
Big.
Mm-hmm. Tarask Icor. 5. I got 5 of them. And I used one of them. That is not where I thought that one went, and I'm dumb.
Did you go the wrong way?
Yeah, I took the new tram, thinking that I was gonna go someplace else. Like a dummy dumb.
No. So wait, did you make the thermite?
No, I haven't. I have the other 7. I'm coming to you, but I went the wrong way.
Why don't you just hurl yourself off the edge? Like an adult.
I mean, okay.
Got me back here like a billion years ago.
Yo, it respawns you, look! You can't jump, it respawns you! I got it, there we go.
Now are you on the tram? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I made that battery before.
Ooh, where does this go? Oh, wait, this is here. Okay. There's gotta be something for me to jump off of here.
over to you.
Huh?
I said I'm raiding over to you because I don't want to
okay.
be on camera anymore.
Oh, okay, fair.
Goodbye, chat. Just will hear me over in Pink Stream. I will be back tomorrow. But still here today.
Yeah. We'll still play for a bit.
Yeah. I wasn't done. I was just like, I've been on for a bit. My ass hurts. I want to stretch.
Yeah, bet. Hi, everybody. Welcome in.
I'm gonna do just that.
Yeah, go stretch. I'm literally.
I mean, you do technically have an excuse to play your video.
I do have
Everyone
an
loves a good
excuse.
video.
I'm back here. Look at that. Here you go, guys. We're back. We made it alive. Enjoy the video for a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. Look at that donk.
Why are you so excited for this?
And I died. Oopsies. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? My mom? Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. No! Do you think he survived? This is literally. Let's go faster! I died. What do I do about this giant ball chasing me?
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down and I could see it.
Oh my god.
He's still rolling.
Cannibal swinging at you. The moose is running laps around you. Don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up? I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Okay, have fun. Bye. It'll save you hundreds of money on your car insurance by switching to doo-doo-poo-poo. I'm trying to make the poop. Go, bees.
Bees. Get the bees.
Oh
it's like hot dogs. What is happening?
Oh, I keep finding these boners. You can have your very own Greg. It's soup. Where are the Vajujans? I just want to be beautiful like her. I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time. Okay, game is done. Okay, thanks for coming. We're back. All right, Dirge. Let's put the anti-thingies in the thingies. Okay. I'm gonna hang this bitch up. It's my trophy.
I thought I had them in the boxes.
I did. I just put it in there.
Oh, we got it?
Yeah, so you could make it.
Hell yeah. Fuck you got in your arms?
I'm trying to put it up. It's the head for the thing I just fucking killed.
Oh yeah, no way you killed that thing. That's so big.
I just did, dude. I'm so strong. I'm so strong and so brave.
Wow. Oh, they're probably just fucking up the fridge again.
Yeah, they do love doing that. I hear it, but I don't see it.
Warning. The safety rating of this sector is now
There were two of them.
-4.
All right, so back to.
This sector via the
Did you make the thing?
surface tunnel.
No.
I did not make it, so we have to make it. It's anti.
Oh, I thought you made this thing.
I'll make it. Oh, I was on the wrong thing. Anti-thermite? Okay, so you didn't put yours in the box.
Did I not put mine in the box?
Mm-mm.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, here, in front of you. Rolling away.
Okay, so anti-thermite, and then we need 2 lab burners. All right, craft one of those. Previous recipe. All right, anti-thermite crafted. Okay. Do you want it? Here, Jeff. You can do the honors. This right here.
Oh wow.
Wow, since I did the last story thing.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go.
That's fine.
Let's go.
Again with no bullets.
We don't need bullets. We're so strong.
I started to make stuff to make heals and then didn't. I got bandages I can give you when we stop.
Probably should have turned around, but it's fine.
That's fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah, no, we're so strong.
I have 0 bullets in both my guns.
We're so strong, Dirge. We're so strong. What's up? Welcome in, Nader. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right, where are we going from here? That you think is shorter.
We gotta go to our thing, right?
Yeah.
Hold on, wait, let me drop these real quick before we go over. Oh.
Thank you. Nader, what's been going on? How you doing? I'm good. Things are good. Work is mostly good. Kind of good. I enjoy what I do, not who I work for. Dirge, I'm not as fast as you.
I'm so fast.
I know, and I'm not as fast as you.
I'm so fast. I have the robo legs, the best item in the game.
Lot of changes. Hey, that could be a good thing, right?
Oh man, this is running so smooth off OBS. Either that or the weed just hit me.
That's probably a combo both.
Yeah.
Oh. Goodbye. Where are we going?
Wait. Nowhere. Nowhere at all.
That's why I was like, why are you
over
going
here.
up? I know, it's up here. But
It's over here, Ping.
But you're up too many.
I didn't go up too many. I went up just enough.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
It was just enough.
Just enough. Just perfect amount. Oh, are you supposed to just put it down? Okay, cool. Was there a prompt or did you just put it down?
Yeah, there's a prompt.
Okay, good. Goodbye. Goodbye forever.
That's you.
Hacky hacky. Hackety hack. Don't hack back. Whee. Oh my god, is this Fallout? Oh my god, is this Fallout? What is this? This is a red clearance sector. You've broken free of containment failures and explored beyond the ...
Where does it say that?
I got an achievement.
Oh. Blood. Blood. Somebody was murdered
heck.
here and devoured.
Oh, heck.
Devoured whole. Never to be seen again.
Oh, heck. Whatever will we do? Oh, loading? Okay. Oh, check-in.
Check-in approved.
Ew, goopy.
Check-in.
It's kind of crazy that last one didn't have one even after we turned off the turrets, because that feels like that would be an area.
There was. It was in the lab, and you never checked it in.
No, there wasn't.
You're right. They just
That's
didn't put one in
crazy.
there. Yeah, you're right.
That's crazy.
Hello?
That's a Kojima game now. There's a clearance
Hello?
up top of this ladder. Up this ladder. Hello? Hello?
What? I'm talking
Hello,
to
I need
this
you.
ma'am.
He's
I
dead.
perceive you've come
He's
far.
not
It's a
dead.
siren. That's
and
not good.
seek escape from the depths, the shadow layer, where our kinds cannot coexist.
I can't see her face.
You are of our kith, but not
I can't see her
came,
face.
And I came with a warning, which is a gift. Halt here, and no worse shall befall you.
Sister of the Unlost.
Anyways.
Yes, go ahead.
That esoteric bitch. There's a thing. We got a thing.
Oh, is there something you'd like me to do?
Yes, I can't do it.
Aww.
I can't do it.
Can't do it?
I can't do it. I only got a level 1.
Aww. Can't do it. Oh, it opened that one down there too.
Okay, and this business back down to.
Yep. Okay, that's the shortcut. But then also over here goes to got you. I got you. Idiot.
You get attacked?
No, I got him.
Oh.
He went and then I got him. I went zap. I got him.
Got him.
Okay, so now where?
We're gonna need radiation suits.
No.
Probably.
No. This is totally healthy and fine. Well, let's see. I may have made some choices. It's all good. Live with the consequences of my actions. Okay. Or just my character just literally will not jump. That's fine too. I'm swimming in radioactive goo.
I did it.
Did what?
I made it.
Made it where?
I did it. It's gonna suck when I need the key card to open this. Oh no. Because I'm so hungry now. Oh, quit throwing up. Quit throwing up. Don't be that hungry. Can't open the door from this side.
And I can't. Like, I can't die? Like, are you serious?
I can't open this. Oh.
I'm trying to die so I can come back up there because I fell into the goo. I'm just gonna let myself drown.
You're not even hungry. You need food immediately. Shut up. Another keypad.
I'm gonna reset and come back. I fell in the goo.
Oh no, I'm not yelling at you. I'm just like, because like, you know,
You are dead. Okay, coming back. Now which way is the way? So I did that one. Okay.
I think I opened. Did I open a shortcut? No, I can't open a shortcut. Fuck.
Which way did you go from here?
I just jumped off the right side because I could. Yeah, I just went all the way over here.
Ladder that goes down. And then in here.
I just went onto the ledge over the fence, but I don't think you can jump that.
Okay, so okay, this is where I was before. So maybe if I don't have a broken leg, I'll actually make the jump this time instead of like her completely missing it. But wait, yeah, see, how are you over there?
Cause I just jumped over the fence.
From where?
Right at the edge. Like up there on the bridge. I didn't do any of that shit.
Oh. How are you supposed to, like, that's clearly the way to get back up and get out, but then how are you actually supposed to get over there? Because this is clearly the way back. If you miss, which I didn't find, which is fine.
Well, yeah, because you would never miss.
So what? You jumped here? No, that you can't make that. That's no, you can't make that.
No, I was up on the bridge. I was on the bridge, like up.
Okay. Oh, I see.
Yeah, I just hit that little lip right there.
I see, I'm here.
And then drop down to the left. The whole thing's a fucking ha ha ha, gotcha. Maybe there's another way through.
There's a ladder over here.
Yeah, that's where I am. No defense team is going to be active in the area between 11 and 12. So I guess if we have to do this and we get our ass blown out, there's an... Maybe where we don't have people.
Okay. Do you have a leg thingy?
No. And I have no other things here. I have this. Here, look at me. Look at me.
Yeah.
I have that.
Yeah, that's definitely helpful.
You know, there are surely beings in this univerce stranger
I need duct tape and
this
wood to be able to make a leg brace thingy.
accidentally unleashed.
I'm just gonna be wood.
Things we can't even imagine. Anyway, good luck in there. If you can get to the surface elevator in the center of this sector,
there we go, duct tape. Okay.
Actually have a way out of here. I know
Correct.
you'll figure it out.
Oh.
Huh.
I just found a new weapon.
Ooh, what'd you find?
The baton.
The police baton.
If our intelligence is to be trusted, the Order, I forget their pretentious Latin name, regard themselves as the only safe custodians of the anomalies we research here at Cascade. Indeed, reports delivered to the
loop back.
committee suggest these zealots see themselves as protectors of humanity. The usual alibi for retrograde behavior through the ages. Imagine what humanity could learn. How we could profit as a species. Access to something like the sun disk. We are sure they have it in their possession.
Oh, I also got a baton.
Reply from the stars, and they bury it like some shameful secret. Superstitious idiots.
Hackies. Door open.
Dr. Derek Mance reporting.
Dr. Derek Mance.
59 is still
Yeah, we
far
haven't
from
found the
being
gate
understood.
security keys yet, have
It appears
we?
impervious to all equipment and weapons
not
employed
even
against it
one.
thus far.
Not even
And
a single.
gatekeeper attempts to capture it have come to nothing. Possibly it betrays a slight sensitivity to light, but how it moves, or even whether its garb is flesh or some sort of clothing.
Oh, I think there's
I have
another.
no idea. I'm reluctant to speculate.
There's one
until we
back
learn
here. I
more.
think maybe.
I'm putting in a transfer
I
request.
don't know. Never mind. Let's just keep going. Alright, ignore me. Ignore me.
Oh, it's connecting back? Okay. Wait, where's the map for this area? Is that a map?
Oh yeah, this was the. There's a stack of in the office. Yeah, over here. Behind you. Behind you.
Ah. Reach the surface elevator. So where did he say we have to go? Really's most secure exit, the large surface elevator, is in the center of this sector.
I think it's over here.
See? Hold
Yeah,
on.
that's not there.
You are here. Yeah, and then we go this way. Yeah.
Opposite. No, it's over, there's a thing over here. A keypad at the end of this. Unless you already got this one. I think this might be it.
I'm running. This is as fast as I can run.
This is another. Oh yeah, broken leg and slow.
Oh, this is connecting to the office.
Yeah. Well, at least that'd be good to have.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the gate security crate.
Yep. Yep.
There's our friend.
That we don't know how to kill yet. Spectre surface access, right? Well, yeah, definitely this way with all the blurred.
Blurred. You're losing all your blurred. Oh, there's another baton if you want one.
So much blurred.
Storage mess.
There's so much blurred. Oh, little ball
You've had
cap.
hacker tier 4.
Hi, driver. How are you? Welcome in.
Hi, driver.
Wait, you just got the tier 4 hacky?
Yeah, it's from the emails.
Yeah, I'll have to read it after you. I can't interact with it. Noise. You are well. Good, I'm glad you're doing well. How was your day? How was your week?
Oh, you need duct tape still?
No.
You're all fixed up.
Yeah, it just took a minute for my leg to heal. About to lie in bed? Nice. Very nice.
That's just heavy. This shit's heavy, crowbar.
Ew, what's this stuff on here? Destruction
Where's
of a night
destruction?
sphere. What's that?
Get out of here, pussy. I see you looking at the other way. The night sphere to destroy?
Oh my gosh.
Drop items, so you can get the energy pistols, nightshade.
Scared me. That doesn't seem to work right now. Destruction
I think the night sphere is probably something else.
Okay. Oh
But
wait,
that's
there's a
what we
portal.
had-
There's a portal, Dirge.
Oh.
What's up, McGoffel? How you doing? Welcome in. The Night Realm.
Ink.
Snack.
pull
Oh,
the
snack
ink,
vine
so-
seed. We need this.
I have inventory room, I just don't have weight.
It's all good. I just dropped something. I'm alright, how are you? I am also alright. Ooh, okay, this goes like really deep. I don't know if that's anything. So far, we haven't needed to go in water for any reason. Oh, who are you? A shade. Okay, they don't speak. You a door? You look like a door. Not a door? Do we go in there? Do we go in here? Oh, here's just another shade thingy. Night essence. Can I open this? Locked, okay. What this? Is this a thing? Is this the way back out? Did you go back out?
I accidentally overshot.
Oh. Isn't this the shortcut? No, that's the shortcut back. It worked. Okay, cool.
You did it.
That's, I mean, that was the night sphere, so now I just opened the door. Yeah. Okay. No, there's another guy. There's another guy.
Right behind you, so I can give you help. Oh. He eated me.
He ate you?
Yeah. He sent me Dark Souls style to the night realm.
Wait a minute. Repairant. Did I get low lights? No, my pink got refreshed. My blonde got refreshed. What is this? Interesting
Field
diagram.
battery. Got a lot of stuff to me. Oh, there's another dead person.
No, she's not dead.
Eh,
She moving.
mostly dead.
Mostly dead.
Mostly dead, mostly dead, mostly
Thank you.
dead. escape the security sector?
Oh.
Huh.
So
Not really a way I like things phrased.
So when I pushed the button to do the thing, it collapsed. So that's cool. So of course that wasn't gonna be like the easy way out, obviously. Okay. Storage unit C. Oh, what's that? It's a laser. Caution, lasers.
Laser.
No! Oh, go away, sir. No! No!
I escaped. Hee.
Firearms range. I don't like those new things.
The dark things?
Yeah. Especially because it's like, how are you supposed to fucking beat them? He's gonna be in here.
We got lucky the first time.
I think he literally walked into the laser on the way back. Oh my god.
Oh, that's funny because yeah, he did say that it has a light sensitivity, but like a laser is just really hard light.
There's a lot of loot to be had in here. I do not like this darkness, this alarm. What are these blue ones, I wonder? Another gate one? Magnetic alloy, that's new.
Magbow? That sounds like something with ammo, and a rebar bolt seems like something we definitely
Oh, and good glue is regular, okay.
Oh, and our finest regular Giga Glue?
Oh my god, I hate this. I have to go back into the night world again and break another night sphere? The noises that freaked you out, Nikki? What's the sphere? Okay. What the fuck is that? How do I leave? Oh, right there. Why does it put you back here?
You just walked out. You could just go out the way we came in.
All vacant perforations will be resetting in.
Yeah, I just don't know why like they always end up back here is all.
Reset complete.
Oh, does that mean there's a dude? It means I hate it. What are these shits even called? Do we know yet?
These guys? I have a fucking idea.
Well, I fucking hate them.
I kind of think they're the worst.
Oh, this is a class 4.
Clearance insufficient.
Well, shit. Oops is singing. Ah, shit. Yeah, I'm dead. Why does light not work on you?
You probably need a gun with a light attached to it and to shoot him.
I have the laser light. Oh, well, I guess I killed him, but he also killed me. Pinxel did not survive the night. No clue how to get back to where I was, so. Well, that bitch killed all these people. I think I'm watching this in front of me. If you like that, it's creepy.
Maybe it is very spooky.
Spooky. So when it says escape the security sector, like out the other side?
Well, I have no idea. I just left. I just figured that they just want us to leave.
Okay, well I'm back in office. Wait, so now we can go... Now we can go back to the lab, and which means we go this way. We can go back to the lab, and I can put those things in the last pieces that we need, the root and the essence.
Oh, what?
Remember that big plant in the center thing?
Oh yeah.
Now I just have to remember where to go. found it on accident. Not on accident, but I ended up finding it faster than I thought I would. View. Here. That. Kill you. Do this. Oh, it opened a portal. It's like a Halloween portal, it looks like.
Oh shit.
Oh shit, yeah. First try! Oh. You coming?
No, you go.
Me go?
You go.
Hi.
I'm seeing if I can break this thing with this is so slow that I never would. Yeah, how is that an upgrade, even if it's lighter weight?
There's really not much here. It's a trap, don't go. Too late, I already went.
Vagabond creature, you value your skin.
Oh, sorry.
Halt, witch. Come any further.
I'm not a witch.
Speak and ye shall swallow the pear, witch.
Oh, we're so dumb.
Why?
Speak and ye shall swallow the pear.
I've been trying to figure out this whole time what the med kit is for the one upgrade, and it's the one off the wall. I'm pretty sure. Let's see. I think there's one in this bathroom. Yep.
What is following? I like don't know where I'm supposed to be going.
Okay, now we also won't get portal storms near our base.
That's good.
Big W.
Is there another way?
Wait, that shut up. Come here, baby. It's just a little radiation.
Yeah, okay, so come from this way. And go this way. What do you do here?
The world may never know.
Be off with ye, vagabond creature, if you value your skin. Be off with ye, vagabond creature, if you value your skin.
Can't just go behind, okay. I feel like I need to do something to this guy or for this guy, but I don't know what he needs.
Needs a hearty ass whooping.
Gonna shoot him in the face.
Speak, ye shall swallow the pear, witch. Turn away or be strung up like you're unholy.
What? Where is he even shooting from? I can't even see him anymore.
Magazine sand.
Yeah, probably. No, come down here and fight, guy. Come on. I don't know what to do in this portal. Might have to come back. Like, legitimately. Like, I don't know where this is supposed to be leading me, or taking me, or anything. Like, I can't enter that town. Ooh, what is this? Oh my god!
Oh yeah. What's up?
That wasn't nice, you weird tree thing. Oh. Hello? Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I'm fighting pilgrims. I'm gonna fight this tree, but I'm scared. Holy shit. I'm gonna bleed to death. I don't have enough things. Yeah, I'm gonna bleed to death. I don't have enough whatchamacallits. Can I search him?
Don't do that.
Yerp. Yerp. Portal entrance. I don't. This is great. Try this one last
I'm pretty
time.
EP friend. I might hop off here.
Yeah, it's all good. It's 1:30. This is probably good anyway. Yeah. Fair, fair, fair.
I mean, feel free.
No, no, no. No, no, no. For sure.
No, no, no.
I'm
Okay.
definitely getting EB myself, so don't even worry. I just have to find out where this freaking portal is. How do I leave? Can I really not leave here?
Nope, that's your new home.
Guess so, dude. Alright, Fran, thanks for playing.
Alright, night.
Get good EPs. Bye. Alright, I guess I'm doing this one last thing. I'm going to bed, your EP2. Yeah, I wanted to leave this portal and come back and do it next time, but it literally won't let me leave. So I'm gonna try to... Oh, fuck. Try to push through. Because I am also the EP. Okay. Alright, so was there anywhere else to go here? Here, but that's nowhere, okay. Or... Oh, book. Yeah, what the hell is that thing and how do you kill it? Not gonna try. I'm not gonna try. It's gotta be... clear path, right? It's crinkling and crackling. Oh, this is... It's from the other side of where I was. Please, is like the windmill and the creepy house the end? Hello, creepy man, sir. I hope that this creepy area is the end here. I got an apple. I got an apple.
The enemy will perish, witch.
No, I'm not a witch. I'm not a witch. I'm not a witch. I'm not a witch. I'm a scientist. Did he die? Messed up, because I can't see him anymore. No, he's over there.
False friend.
False friend. Oh yeah, false friend indeed. You did. I can't go in there? Okay.
Enemy walks.
Oh. Oh. This is a very strange level here. You too, Nikki. I will not be streaming too much longer, so you won't feel like you missed too much, so don't worry. I do hope you have a good night. Thank you so much for being here, as always. Are their eyes like closed? I'm bleeding. Shit. Shit, I gotta run. I gotta run. What am I looking for here? Yes, this is what was on the other side of that portal, and I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing, first of all, and second of all, I don't know how to get out of here. And now I'm gonna die, so... What's this? Repair and salvage station. Okay, what's this? This is Minecraft. What's going on in here? Do I get out? Alright. I'm going back. My badge. Woo! That one was a long one. I'll have to go back to that portal. I know exactly where that portal is, so I can go back to it. A carbon pickaxe? What would that possibly be for? Disc turret. Placard. Hazard fridge. How am I just learning these now as I'm opening up? Alright, cool. Perfect! Alright, I doubt there's anybody on. It's 1:30 in the morning. But let's see if any of our pals are on. Dang, there's really like, there's not even like anybody that I was like, oh, I'll just like toss you on to like somebody that I watch that's playing right now. I mean, Blanks is playing, but he's doing Lies of P DLC, which I don't want to see. It's a bummer. Let me see if there's anybody on my team. There's a couple people. There's a couple people. To be honest, I'm kind of just too tired. if just that, and I feel like that's shitty because like you always want to raid out and give support, but I'm tired. I just spent 3.5 hours, you know, doing absolutely nothing. Thanks for being here, guys. I may stream tomorrow. I may not stream tomorrow. I've got some stuff I'd like to try to get done, and I know I say that every weekend, and then I waste my time all weekend. But I'm also supposed to go to the tattoo place tomorrow and get a consultation, which, if we're lucky, will turn right into a tattoo appointment. Yeah, so I'll see you maybe tomorrow, but I do have Monday off, so I'll try to get a little extra long stream maybe Sunday night. Stay safe, make good choices. See you guys later. Good night. Goodbye.